histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, 33 years ago, innocent Armenian women, men, and children lost their lives during the tragic events that happened in Sumgait, Azerbaijan. Many in my riding of Laval-les-Îles remember these events and the horrific impact these had on Armenians in the region and across the world. The Sumgait pogroms were a response by nationalist forces in Baku to suppress Armenians' rightful demands to live freely.
Karabakh. Unfortunately, until today, too many issues remain unresolved. Canada must continue to stand up and work with our international partners to support the Armenian people during this most difficult time, and with whom we share strong people-to-people ties and values. Thank you, Mr. President.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the excellent work of the relatively new Director General for the DFO for the Central and Arctic region, Dr. David Nanang, and his team. My riding of Chatham-Kent-Leamington is the proud home of the world's largest freshwater commercial fishing harbour. To sustain such a renewable aquaculture resource requires an understanding of science, responsiveness, and infrastructure, and I'm pleased to say that David exemplifies this understanding of all three. Dr. Nanang personally led his team to our area last fall and even hopped on a fishing tug to witness the challenge that the entrance to the Wheatley Harbour can be. So thank you, Dr. Nanang, and his excellent EA, Cindy Scales, with a special shout out to Thomas Hogarth, who's the Regional Director for Ecosystems Management, who walked into a room of angry residents and now has them engaged in a resolution process for which they are most appreciative. Thank you all.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House in honour of Sir Charles Palmer, who passed away in February, shortly after his 100th birthday. Charlie was an exceptional man. He served in the Second World War and was honored with many medals, including the highest medal of service awarded by the Republic of France, which gave him the title of knighthood. Charlie will always be remembered for his passion for his community. He was an alderman for 27 years, during which time he served as deputy mayor and the president of the Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities. His presence will remain strong in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality Council chambers. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can carry forward Charlie's passion for helping others, his dedication to making our community the best it can possibly be, and of course his love for relaxing his afternoons on the Myra. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Cape Breton-Canso constituents and the members of this House, I wish to offer my sincere condolences to Sir Charlie's family and his loved ones. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the appointment of Lieutenant General Frances Allen as Vice Chief of Defence Staff. She's the first woman in history to rise to the second highest command in the armed forces. As we celebrated International Women's Day on Monday, this is great news. It's also great news in a week marked by what appears to be a culture of sexual misconduct in the military, rampant right up to the highest levels. The allegations against the former Chief of Staff and his successor reflect, at best, a hostile climate for women, and at worst, a dangerous one. The fact that the Minister of Defense himself, a member of the forces, may have ignored these allegations reveals the extent of the culture of silence that needs to end. Ms. Allen's appointment should in no way serve to appease the crisis. On the contrary, she has a colossal task ahead of her, and as the Bloc's critic for the status of women, I offer her my full cooperation and warm congratulations. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share an extract from a letter that a mother sent me. I'm physically and mentally tired. My 35-year-old son lives at home permanently. I make his breakfast, do the washing, the dishes, and in the evening from 9 p.m. on, it's bedtime. He's still excited, turns the lights on and off, and continually goes up and down the stairs. I'm becoming increasingly stressed. I take refuge in the basement. I stay there until it's quiet. At 11:15 p.m., I go out, but I'm losing my happiness and my energy. I have to get help. In Quebec, there are 965,700 women who provide unpaid support to a loved one with a physical or mental disability, illness, injury, or loss of autonomy. This work, which is often invisible, has an immense mental, physical, and emotional burden on women. We have to make this work visible. Thank you.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with heavy hearts and sadness that I announce the passing of Mr. Joseph Shenouda, who departed on Monday, March 8th. Mr. Joseph Shenouda was a beloved member of the Coptic Orthodox community of GTA. He leaves behind his wife Nadia and children Ramsey, Jihan, George, Rania, and Gina, as well as his 10 beautiful grandchildren who he loved so much spending time with. Mr. Joseph Shenouda is known for his outstanding work with the Coptic community. He will be truly missed by the entire community. On behalf of my colleagues in Parliament, I wish to extend our deepest condolences to the entire Shenouda family. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, his funeral is taking place at St. Mark's Cathedral in Markham. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Good news, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the government signed agreements to ensure that Canada would have 6 million vaccine doses delivered by the end of March. Well, Mr. Speaker, we will be exceeding our commitment from 6 million to 8 million vaccine doses, and that is before the end of this month. Mr. Speaker, we can see light at the end of the tunnel, but vaccines aren't the whole story. Economists recognize that Canada is in a good position to spring into recovery because of all the supports we put into place to help people recovery because of the supports. The wage subsidy program alone has protected millions of jobs, while the Canada Emergency Response Benefit helped close to 9 million people. Because we supported real people and businesses, we will be in a better position to build back better. In the meantime, we're going to continue focusing on doing whatever it takes to protect the health and general well-being of all people.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underscore the work of some people in my riding of Glengarry. First, Leadership Féminin is an organization that works to promote women in leadership positions. Through their policies and at the board table, these young women are aided by Leadership Féminin, who play an essential role in my community. I'd like to thank the chair, Marie-Noëlle Lantier, and the board for this initiative. Second, there is a network for women in agriculture in Eastern Ontario that was recently funded by Ms. Vicky Brisson with more than 400 members. And I'd also like to underscore the work of Ms. Anne Jutras, the Director General of Centre Nova, an organization that provides support to women who have been sexually abused and works to end violence against women. I'd like to thank these women for their inspiring work.
Mr. Speaker, last week my colleagues from Red Deer Mountain View and Battle River Crowfoot joined me for a visit to the Enhance Energy Carbon Capture Project in my riding of Red Deer Lacombe. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to report that just yesterday this company celebrated 1 million tons of carbon captured and sequestered near Clive, Alberta. Enhance is sequestering CO2 at a rate that is the equivalent of taking over 350,000 cars off the road. Enhance captures the carbon in the industrial heartland of Alberta from a refinery and fertilizer plant. They compress it and they ship it down the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line to Clive, where it is pumped back into the ground. This CO2 then helps produce some of the lowest carbon oil on our planet. And they have only scratched the surface of what's possible. We have the capacity to do much, much more with carbon capture and sequestration. Congratulations, Enhance Energy, an Alberta company leading the way.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to highlight an accomplishment that fills the people of my riding with pride. The legendary field hockey player, Mr. Kevin Lowe, a native of Lachute in my riding, has been appointed to the Order of Hockey in Canada. This is an initiative of Hockey Canada launched in 2012 that celebrates individuals for their extraordinary contribution to the development and growth of field hockey in Canada. Kevin Lowe played more than 19 seasons in the NHL, scoring 84 goals and 374 assists for a total of 431 points in 1,254 games played. Mr. Lowe also won 6 Stanley Cup titles during his impressive career. Mr. Lowe has also been involved off the ice as a member of the executive team at 4 Olympic Winter Games. He also won the 2004 World Cup of Hockey when he was Assistant Executive Director of Team Canada. He is a true inspiration for all young field hockey players in Canada and Quebec. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the extent this government is willing to go to divide rural Canada from the rest of the country is concerning, and their latest gun legislation is no exception. Law-abiding gun owners are being targeted, while criminals charged with illegal gun offenses are being let off the hook with new reduced sentencing measures. Just yesterday, while the government's back was turned, busy plotting to take legal guns away from law-abiding Canadians, a known criminal smuggled 249 illegal guns into a Quebec town near the U.S. border. Thanks to this government's new legislation, this criminal can now look forward to reduced sentencing. It's shameful the government voted against and defeated Bill C-238, a conservative bill that would have imposed tough sentences on smuggling guns. I have received hundreds of messages from law-abiding Kootenay Columbians on this issue, and they're frustrated. They're speaking out, but the government isn't listening. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are growing tired of waiting for this government to start listening to rural Canadians and legal gun owners. Thank you.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
A year ago today, I flew home midweek for an MRI, which I was fortunate to receive given that the pandemic was declared the very next day. Back then, health experts, together with governments, asked for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Canadians have given a year. And what has been this government's response these past 12 months? Mismanagement. From mismanaging border closures, government assistance programs, PPE procurement, and most recently, vaccine procurement, Canadians are paying a high price. Under the Liberal government, Canada has had record deficits, the highest unemployment in the G7, and the worst economic growth per capita since the Great Depression. A year into the pandemic, they have failed to put forward an economic plan that will get Canadians back to work. While Canada is a strong, resilient country, we need a plan for a safe reopening. Canadians know they can count on Conservatives to secure our future.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you about my constituent, Nancy Gatton. Nancy works at a grocery store in London, and like so many other women, she is a frontline worker in the service sector. Nancy's 63 years old and has diabetes. Her doctor told her to stay at home because she is at high risk for contracting COVID-19. Nancy accessed the CERB and was grateful for that support, yet despite the fact that the pandemic is far from over, and in London we are seeing the spread of variants, Nancy isn't eligible for the recovery sickness benefit. Nancy must return to a very public workplace with no clear indication of when she will get a vaccine. Nancy said she had high hopes because, as Prime Minister said, his government would protect vulnerable Canadians, help seniors, and he cared for women working on the front lines. But because of his failure to make supports universal, sadly, Nancy and many other Canadians are being left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, March is Epilepsy Awareness Month, and March 26th will be Purple Day, to encourage people around the world to support those with this condition. 1 in 100 people in Canada has epilepsy, and of those, almost 1/3 are children, like my 3-year-old boy Ulysses. On March 26th, I invite my colleagues and all Quebecers and Canadians to proudly wear lavender in support of individuals and families affected by this disease. The Bloc Québécois, my spouse, the member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, and myself hope that awareness can lead to more research to fight this disease and ensure that both young and old can live without fear of the consequences of a new attack. Ulysses, Mama and Dad, Loic and Charlotte love you very much.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Last week, we heard shocking testimony from the former military ombudsman detailing evidence presented to the Minister of Defence of sexual misconduct allegedly perpetrated by Canada's top soldier. Instead of receiving the information and acting on it, the minister pushed away from the table and sent the ombudsman to the Prime Minister's department. It's clear that the Prime Minister and his Defence Minister failed to take action. Instead, the government undertook a coordinated campaign to silence a whistleblower. We ask members of our Canadian Armed Forces to serve Canada with unlimited liability. The very least that we can do is to ensure an environment that is free from sexual misconduct and that any complaints are investigated and free of reprisals. The Prime Minister and his Defence Minister have failed to create an environment that has zero tolerance for sexual misconduct. They have failed to protect the members who brought their stories forward. We owe it to all members of the Canadian Forces to find out exactly how allegations of sexual misconduct were covered up by the Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, we honor incredible women, and I'd like to recognize former Oakville MP Bonnie Brown, who turned 80 years old on March 2nd. Bonnie served in this House from 1993 to 2008. Prior to being elected federally, she served as a school board trustee and then was elected as a municipal councillor. This year's theme for International Women's Day is Choose to Challenge. Bonnie Brown has never been afraid to challenge. She has spoken passionately about climate change, childcare, pharmacare, and so much more. I know that Bonnie is especially proud of being the first parliamentarian to speak out against the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Bonnie cherishes her family, and her children and grandchildren have made her proud. She was and is a trailblazer and shows no signs of slowing down. Thank you, Bonnie, for your leadership and inspiring women like me to walk in your footsteps.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Quote, once again, seriously this time, can the Prime Minister tell us why he did not immediately demand that the Chief of Defence Staff resign? End quote. That was the Prime Minister's attitude in 2015 in reaction to comments made by General Tom Lawson. So once again, Mr. Speaker, seriously this time, can the Prime Minister tell us why he did not immediately demand that the Chief of Defence Staff resign when he learned of allegations against him in 2018?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always taken allegations of sexual misconduct very seriously. No one should ever feel unsafe at work. It is clear, though, that the many measures we have taken since being in government haven't yet gone far enough, and they haven't moved fast enough. As I said yesterday, we need to move faster, and we will do more.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Taken very seriously, Mr. Speaker. Michael Wernick, the former clerk of the Privy Council, has admitted he was aware of the allegations. Elder Marquez, the senior advisor to the Prime Minister, was made aware. In 2015, the Prime Minister told the House that sexual harassment in our military is unacceptable. So why was it acceptable for him to ignore it in 2018?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. We take all allegations seriously and ensure they are followed up on by the appropriate independent authorities. That's exactly what happened in this situation. After the Defence Ombudsman received a complaint, the Minister directed him to independent officials who could investigate. My office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman. Those officials never received further information and so were unable to move forward with an investigation.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to demonstrate leadership. In 2015, inappropriate comments from the Chief of Defence Staff were enough for this Prime Minister to demand a resignation. In 2018, allegation of sexual misconduct itself wasn't even enough for him to demand an investigation. So which Prime Minister is it in 2021, Mr. Speaker? The one who demanded accountability in opposition, or the one as Prime Minister who is supporting a cover-up?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have always taken allegations of sexual misconduct seriously and referred them to the appropriate authorities. When the Ombudsman came forward to the Minister to say he had heard allegations, the Minister directed him to those independent authorities who could follow up on an investigation. Those are the people who need to do the independent, rigorous investigations. We have always ensure that those people are able to do the rigorous follow-ups. In this case, there was not enough information to continue with the independent investigation.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The rigorous follow-ups the Prime Minister is talking about in 2018, Mr. Speaker, everyone around this Prime Minister was aware of the sexual harassment allegations in 2018. Why in 2019 did the Prime Minister extend the contract of the Chief of Defence Staff and give him a promotion?
You're right, Honourable Prime Minister.
In 2018, my office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman. But my office and I learned of the details of the allegation through news reporting over the past months.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker. The scientific head of the government, Pfizer, and the head of immunology have all said that the government's plan to leave a 4-month period between the two doses will make Canada more vulnerable to COVID-19 variants. Why is this Liberal government ignoring the advice of scientific experts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, and unlike the Conservatives, we have listened to scientists at every step. Now, we have safe and effective vaccines in Canada, and so we need to ensure that as many Canadians as possible can be vaccinated. To ensure that this is the case and to ensure that as many people as possible are protected, the National Committee on Immunization has declared that the second dose can be pushed back by 4 months safely. We will always continue to work with the provinces and territories and experts to ensure that our citizens are protected. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday in an interview, the current member for Longueuil-Charlemagne explained that the government voted against Parliament's will to increase old age security by $110 a month because it would be unfair for lower-income seniors. Now, this is after, during the election campaign, the Liberals said that they would increase the age to 75. So is the government questioning the universality of the old age security system in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we've always been there to support our seniors. We increased the GIS by 10% once we came to power. We have supported seniors through other programs. We have broadened and reformed the Canadian pension system for seniors. We have invested and will continue to invest as promised in order to increase pensions for seniors over 75. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Parliamentarians knew all of these things when they voted for increasing OAS. The Prime Minister hasn't answered the question. Now, seniors have worked their entire lives. They need to have a basic minimum income. And yet, every year, every month, their income and their purchasing power is reduced because of the pandemic. The Prime Minister is refusing to increase the amount. Now, this is a very clear and important question. Do this Prime Minister and government want to compromise the universality of the old age security system? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we support seniors of all ages during the pandemic. We've given them non-taxable payments totaling $3.8 billion, and we have provided additional community support as well. We are going to be increasing OAS by 10% for those 75 and older, and this is in addition to the work that we're doing to bring the age of eligibility, changing the age of eligibility, increasing GIS for those living alone, and other programs. We will continue to be there for our seniors. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government tabled documents to a very important committee in English only. This is unacceptable. The government has all of the resources necessary to ensure that documents are tabled in both official languages. So my question is, why is the Prime Minister treating the French language like a second-class language? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the NDP is suggesting here is simply false. We provided millions of documents as requested, or thousands of documents rather, and the committee received them in both official languages. So the process is working correctly. We will always protect both of our official languages across this country.
Member for Burnaby South.
We're coming upon the first year anniversary of COVID-19, and it has been a very difficult year for so many people. But what is so heartbreaking about this pandemic is how seniors bore the brunt of it, particularly seniors in long-term care. And we've learned that seniors in for-profit long-term care experience the worst conditions and were most likely to lose their lives. New Democrats have long said that there is no place for profit in the care of our seniors. Will the Prime Minister commit to removing profit from long-term care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to working with the provinces and territories to ensure that seniors are protected right across the country in long-term care. We know there is a need to improve long-term care standards across the country. We look forward to working with the provinces and territories to share best practices. In the case of seniors, we have stepped up as a government with more than $3.8 billion in tax-free payments to seniors, along with enhanced community support. We're committed to increasing the old age security by 10% for seniors 75 and up. And that builds on our work of increasing the GIS, increasing Canada Pension Plan for future retirees, and supporting seniors every step of the way.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister loves to brag about what he calls big, fat government programs. Maybe if he had focused on smart, results-oriented programs, we wouldn't have the highest unemployment rate in the G7, the worst vaccination rate in the G7. And out of 15 countries measured by the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, the 11th, we're ranked 11th on the COVID Misery Index. Why did he spend so much to achieve such miserable results for the health and livelihoods of Canadians.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I hate to correct the member on his facts, but Japan is a member of the G7. By taking quick and necessary action, we saved millions of jobs, provided support to millions of families, and kept more businesses solvent. With CERB, with flexible EI, with recovery benefits, with wage subsidy, with rent support, with CEBA. But of course, we hear the Conservatives say we spent too much too quickly. Right. When we turn to recovery, we will regain the jobs lost by making targeted investments, including in training and creating jobs. We knew that the best way through this pandemic was to be there for Canadians, and that's exactly what we did.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, congratulations. The Prime Minister knows that Japan is in the G7. Maybe he should also know that Japan has 1/10 the COVID fatality rate of Canada. So let's start judging results. He's delivered the highest unemployment rate in the G7, the worst vaccination rate, and now we find from a scientific and statistical study of health and well-being, he has delivered among the highest levels of misery for the biggest price. Why does the Prime Minister judge his success simply by how expensive he can be, not by how many lives he can save?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know this has been a hard year for Canadians, and we've all had to look out for each other. We're grateful for Canadians' hard work and resilience, and as we said, we have their backs. We know it hasn't always been easy, and we've ensured easy access to digital tools and resources that provide information and support. Wellness Together Canada has provided hundreds of thousands of Canadians with confidential support during the tough times of this pandemic. If anyone needs support, we'll be there for them.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
What was that? Is he really going to expect us to believe that when I ask him about having the worst vaccination rates, the worst jobless rate, among the highest misery rate during COVID, the best he can do is stand up and read some talking points that were written for him by his bureaucrats? Why can't he show a little bit of contrition for his failures? This Prime Minister has cost the most to achieve the worst results, and what he expects us now to do is to just continue down this failed path. If the Prime Minister wants the confidence of Canadians, will he tell them what will he change to reverse the failures that he has delivered thus far?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can understand the frustration of the member opposite being amongst the many Canadians who've lost their jobs during this pandemic. The fact is, we have been there to support Canadians every step of the way by investing in families, by investing in workers, by knowing that the best way through this pandemic is to be there to support them. And that is exactly what we have done and what we will continue to do. We've been there for people because we made a simple promise to have their backs as long as it took and as much as it took, not just because it's the right thing to do, but it's the best way to ensure that our economy comes roaring back after this pandemic. We will continue to be there for the Canadians, regardless of what the opposition says.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, it has been a devastating 12 months for Canadians, and sounds like we're going to be in this for another 7 months, if not longer. And 3 million Canadians remain out of work and remain on government support programs. And we know that women's workforce participation has been set back 30 years. So as long as I've been alive, that's how much loss we've had as women in this country. And 100,000 women remain out of work and have not looking for work at all because there are no jobs. So what is the Prime Minister's plan for these 3 million Canadians and for 3 million and for women in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have recognized that this recession, this pandemic crisis, is actually a she-session. Vulnerable women, women in all socioeconomic levels, have been harder hit by this pandemic than anyone else. Indeed, we know we need to make sure that the losses that we have made in advances losses in advances in women's equality that we've suffered this year cannot be any more than temporary. That's why investments in childcare continue to be at the forefront of the intentions of this government. Support for gender equality, support for women's rights is something that this government will never flinch on.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I didn't actually hear a plan for recovery for Canadian women. And this week, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Liberal government praised themselves for establishing a women's task force for recovery an entire year after 1.5 million women lost their jobs in the onset of the pandemic. And I will note that that task force has zero representation for women-dominated industries that were most impacted by the pandemic. We're talking retail, personal services, accommodation services, mom entrepreneurs, zero representation for them on that task force. It is the Prime Minister's duty to deliver a plan to Canadians of how he's going to bring back jobs and improve things for women. So what is that plan, Mr. Speaker?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the task force we've put forward is going to focus on a feminist recovery for our economy, but it's not something the only thing we've done. A number of years ago, we set up a close to $5 billion women's entrepreneurship strategy that has let women entrepreneurs succeed right across the country. And we know when women entrepreneurs succeed, they create jobs in the community, they create solutions in the community. We're also committed to moving forward on childcare as we see the business community has woken up to the fact that childcare is an economic argument, not just a social argument. And we certainly hope the Conservatives will understand the extent to which investing in childcare is something we need to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague highlighted that economic downturns can have effects that last generations. COVID-19 has seen the greatest exit of women from the workforce in 30 years. All of the progress the Prime Minister just mentioned wiped out a year ago. He has talked about the She Session many times over this last year, but all they've done is announced a task force for the future. Why does this government still not have a plan to get women back into the workforce in all sectors and in all regions of this country?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. Yes, we've announced a task force to ensure that women are at the heart of the economic recovery moving forward. But throughout this pandemic, we have been there to support women, even through increasing the Canada Child Benefit, in supports for shelters and victims of domestic violence. We have continued to invest to be there to support women through the Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy. But indeed, one of the most pressing recommendations made by everyone on how to support women in the workforce is to move forward on childcare. And I look forward to seeing the support of the Leader of the Opposition when we put forward our ambitious plan on childcare.
L'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister has a big credibility deficit when he says he's going to protect the French language in Quebec. His own office violated the Official Languages Act by handing over thousands of documents on pandemic management to the Health Committee in English only. And the Act is clear. The government has an obligation to provide bilingual copies of documents so that they can be tabled in both official languages. So why is the Prime Minister's office violating the Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable Member is claiming is completely false. We provided thousands of documents as requested, and the committee subsequently received those documents in both official languages. So the process is working correctly. We will always protect our official languages. We will always protect the French language. And unlike the members of the Bloc, we will protect it all across Canada. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's record speaks for itself. Ever since he came out and said he was going to protect the French language in Quebec, he refused to enforce Bill 101 on federally regulated companies. He voted against sufficient knowledge of French to become a citizen of Quebec. And now he's violating the Official Languages Act by handing over thousands of unilingual English documents. How can he credibly ask Quebecers to trust him to protect the French language? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Bloc's goal is to undermine Francophones' trust in the Canadian state But once again, Mr. Speaker, with our reform, we're ensuring that all Canadians, be they Francophones in Quebec, Anglophones in the rest of Canada, Francophones living outside of Quebec, Acadians, or others, so that they can all see themselves reflected in the Official Languages Act. Not only will we strengthen and reinforce official language minority rights, we will also do more for the French language all across the country. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government excels in the art of half measures. It dragged its feet to close the borders, dragged its feet to order vaccines, and now it's dragging its feet to table a budget. The Liberals are delaying tabling the budget, and this is creating even more uncertainty for the provinces. The provinces have stated once again that they need stable, predictable funding for health transfers. When will the Liberals respond? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are here to deliver on Canadians' expectations all across the country. That's why we transferred tens of billions of dollars to the provinces and territories for their health systems, for screening tests, for vaccines, and for support for companies. 8 out of 10 of the dollars spent did go to help citizens, and that came from the federal government, not from the provinces. So we've been there for the provinces, for Canadians, and we will continue to be there as long as it takes. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, our leader has already promised an increase in the health transfers. The Prime Minister has dismissed the latest provincial request for this funding out of hand, saying that he'll see what happens after the pandemic. The provinces need the health transfers now. Could the Prime Minister, once and for all, commit to increasing the health transfers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are still in the midst of an unprecedented health and financial crisis that is affecting all Canadians across the country. From the very beginning of that crisis, we were there for Canadians with financial resources. We were there for the provinces with tens of billions of dollars in help for their healthcare systems and for the delivery of services. And we will continue to do that. Once this pandemic is over, we will be able to sit down with the provinces and we will increase the health transfer. But that will happen after the pandemic. During the crisis, we will be here to support people with all the resources they need.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Medical experts have written in the prestigious medical journal The Lancet that incomplete vaccination by delaying administration of a second dose of the Pfizer vaccine could cause vaccine-resistant variants. This is sort of analogous to taking the whole course of an antibiotic prescription to prevent antibiotic resistance. The Liberals have ignored the advice of Pfizer, Canadian medical experts, and the World Health Organization in recommending that the Pfizer vaccine doses be given 4 months apart instead of 3 weeks. Is the Prime Minister confident that this will not lead to vaccine-resistant variants developing in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Unlike the member opposite, I listen to our experts, and I am confident that our experts know what they are doing to make sure as many people as possible receive protection from COVID-19. The National Advisory Council on Immunization has recommended second doses can be safely delayed up to 4 months. Vaccines are safe and effective. All vaccines approved in Canada undergo a thorough independent review, and that NACI guidance on administering vaccines authorized for use in Canada is grounded in science.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, for people who are watching, what the Prime Minister is essentially saying is that because he failed to get the Pfizer vaccine into Canada in December, January, and February, like many other countries did, at very small amounts, now we're going to have to delay dosing to 4 months, which is something no other country is doing. So when he's saying he listens to experts, he's actually listening to political advice experts in his office. And this could lead to vaccine-resistant variants, as medical experts have said. So is the Prime Minister confident that his non-data-driven decision to space the Pfizer vaccines doses 4 months apart will not lead to vaccine-resistant variants developing in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, this is interesting because we've all seen Conservative politicians casting doubt on science, casting doubt on experts, saying the pandemic isn't real, you shouldn't wear masks. It is really concerning to hear that kind of suspicion around what scientists and experts say from the Conservative health critic. However, knowing what the Conservative Party's approach is on science, we shouldn't be surprised.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Veterans Assistant Deputy Minister told our committee that VAC conducts a gender-based analysis of all its policies and programs. That sounded good. But when the Veterans Ombudsperson asked to see the GBA Plus report on mental health treatment benefits to family members, the department didn't even bother answering her. If VAC officials can't bother to respond to the Ombudsperson, how many pleas from veterans are they also ignoring? What will the feminist Prime Minister of Canada do about it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for bringing up this important concern. I will be following it up on it with the minister to make sure that we are delivering on our commitment as a feminist government.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, we now know that the Defence Minister shut down the military ombudsman when he tried to bring forward allegations of sexual misconduct by General Vance. And we now know the PCO pressured Mr. Walbourne to turn over the name of the complainant, and of course he refused. And we now know the PCO then ran him out of his job. And we have the feminist Prime Minister who's been gaslighting the former military ombudsman for saying he didn't supply enough information. Will the Prime Minister just do the right thing and apologize to Mr. Walbourne and the woman who had the decency and the dignity to come forward?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take all allegations seriously and ensure they are followed up upon by the appropriate independent authorities. That's exactly what happened in this situation. After the Defence Ombudsman received a complaint, the Minister directed him to independent officials who could investigate. My office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman. Those officials never received further information and so were unable to move forward with an investigation.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks the one-year anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic. This past year has been challenging for every Canadian, and my heart goes out to anyone who has lost a loved one. Governments at all levels have been making hard decisions to slow the spread of the virus, but we have been there every step of the way. Can the Prime Minister tell us more about how our government has worked to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19 throughout this year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Brampton North for her question and for her hard work on behalf of her community. From day one, we've taken action, supported the provinces and territories, and provided billions of dollars to support contact tracing and testing capacity, to deliver millions of rapid tests and billions of items of PPE, and send on-the-ground hotspot assistance through the Canadian Red Cross. We will continue to be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, when first asked about General Vance's sexual misconduct, the Prime Minister said he wasn't aware of any allegations. But in last Friday's press conference, he pivoted from any allegations to specific allegations. Is the Prime Minister committed to zero tolerance or only to almost, sort of, zero tolerance? Women in uniform and all Canadians deserve to know. What did the Prime Minister know about misconduct allegations against General Vance, and when did he know it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, anyone who serves in the Canadian Armed Forces or anywhere in government or across the country deserves to have a safe work environment, deserves to be supported if they come forward with allegations, and that's exactly what we've always done in every situation. After the Defence Ombudsman received a complaint, the Minister directed him to independent officials who could investigate. My office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman, but my office and I learned the details of the allegations in media reports over the past couple of months.
Well, member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
To understand what the Prime Minister knew about the cover-up of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces, the facts matter. The Defence Minister knew in March 2018. Janine Sherman, the Deputy Secretary of Cabinet, knew in March 2018. Michael Wernick, then Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister, and Elder Marquez, a senior advisor to the Prime Minister, also knew. Is it the Prime Minister's position that no one made him aware of the allegations of misconduct against General Vance 3 years ago?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
My office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman to follow up with appropriate authorities. But my office and I learned of the details of the allegations over the past months only.
L'honorable député de Chabot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, on voit très bien que le Premier ministre ne veut pas répondre à la question parce que c'est impossible pour nous qu'il n'était pas informé. Excusez-moi, j'ai la traduction. Je vais commencer, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister lost credibility a long time ago, and now we have even more evidence of that. He has said that he didn't have any information about General Vance, but now we know that the Clerk of the Privy Council was aware of the problem and that the former Ombudsman of National Defence informed the Minister. The Prime Minister promised that he cared about women's causes. Is the Prime Minister trying to have us believe that the Clerk of the Privy Council misled him and that the Ombudsman is lying? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take all allegations very seriously, and we will ensure they are looked at by independent authorities, and that's exactly what happened here. After the Ombudsman of National Defence received a complaint, he was directed to independent civil servants who can carry out an inquiry. My office was aware that the Minister had given the Ombudsman this directive. These civil servants never ended up receiving further information, and thus were not able to carry out an inquiry. My office and myself were made aware of the information as it became available.
Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nobody's buying what the Prime Minister is trying to sell. You know, let's go over what everybody knew 3 years ago about these serious allegations about General Vance. The Minister of National Defence knew, his Chief of Staff knew, the Clerk of the Privy Council knew, the Deputy Secretary to Cabinet knew, Elder Marquez, a senior advisor to the Prime Minister knew. Yet the Prime Minister thinks that we all have to believe him, but we know he actually did know. Now, I want to just remind the Minister that the Deputy Secretary to Cabinet wrote in a March 16, 2018 briefing note that the Ombudsman didn't have the power to investigate sexual misconduct. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, why didn't the Prime Minister tell his Defence Minister to do his job and order a board of inquiry?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, amidst all the political posturing that the Conservatives are playing on this, it's important to remember one fundamental thing. It shouldn't be ministers or politicians investigating allegations. We need independent authorities to rigorously investigate and take seriously any allegations that come forward. And that's exactly what the Minister of National Defence did in this case. The Ombudsman came forward with allegations. The Minister said, you need to take those to independent authorities able to follow up on this investigation. And that is something my office was aware of.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois Bill C-216 to end loopholes in supply management continues to garner support. Today, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously requested the federal government to exhaustively protect the supply managed model in future international agreements. The Conservatives have already announced that they will vote against Quebec's unanimous desire, and I would invite them to correct things. As for the Prime Minister, on behalf of our regions and farms, can farmers count on his support for C-216? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadian sectors under supply management are a pillar of our economy. Our government has publicly committed to not making further concessions in trade agreements. And this government will support Bill C-216 at this stage. That will enable the government to further study this important issue. As my honorable colleague underscored, it would be good if our Conservative colleagues would also support supply management throughout the country. The honorable member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this morning the Prime Minister stated that he would not mandate quarantines at land borders because there are no large hotels in Lacolle and because there's no way to take action against people who refuse, like there is at the airport. But just like at any other border crossing, there are customs officers in Lacolle, and they can ask to see a COVID test or ask to see a reservation and tell people to go to a hotel, just like they do at the airport. They can take action against those who don't respect the law. That's their work. Why won't this Prime Minister take action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since March, we brought in a quarantine law which has some of the strictest measures in the world for travellers arriving in Canada. We will continue to put into place measures as they become necessary, and at every stage, we will ensure that we are protecting Canadians from new variants and generally from this virus that comes from everywhere in the world. We will do everything we can to ensure that people are following quarantine rules and follow health directives. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Toronto Star reported that despite the government putting in measures to stop the import of products made with forced labor of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, not a single shipment has been stopped from entering Canada. At the International Trade Committee this week, Liberals voted down a Conservative motion to conduct a study to evaluate the effectiveness of these measures, which are clearly not working. Can the Prime Minister tell this House why the Liberals voted down this important study? What are they trying to hide?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we well know, committees are independent and they will continue their work independently. As a government, we will continue to work in close collaboration with our allies to push forward on investigations through international independent bodies so impartial experts can access the region so they see firsthand the situation and report back. We are also adopting a comprehensive approach to defending the rights of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities, including measures to address the risk of forced labour from any country from entering Canadian and global supply chains, and to protect Canadian businesses from becoming unknowingly complicit.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last month, this House recognized that China is perpetuating a genocide against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. Yesterday, a coalition of global experts, including 2 former Liberal ministers of justice and a former Liberal minister of foreign affairs, concluded that China is perpetuating a genocide. The government must uphold its responsibility under international law and the 1948 Genocide Convention. When will the government uphold the rules-based international order and recognize a genocide is taking place in Xinjiang province in China?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are, of course, aware of this new report and will review it very closely. We remain deeply disturbed by the troubling reports of human rights violations in Xinjiang, and we take allegations of genocide very seriously. We will continue to work in close collaboration with all of our allies to push for not just investigations, but also consequences and an end to these reprehensible behaviors. We will continue to work as a government to make sure that we are having the maximal impact on the world stage.
Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, le mois dernier.
Mr. Speaker, last month, we all understood that the Uyghur situation in China is inhumane and very concerning. In fact, it's a genocide, period. Since then, it's been radio silence. What is the next stage here? Why does the Liberal government say one thing while doing the opposite on the issue of China? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with our international allies to ensure that we have a concerted approach in order to push back against these genocide allegations and the concerns we all have about the Uyghurs. We well know that the best way to change China's behavior and protect these ethnic minorities is to create a group of allies all pushing back. I understand my colleague's concern It is very important that Parliament take action on this issue, but a government has a major responsibilities, and in order to act, we need to do so with our allies. The Honourable Member for Beaume-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives unhesitatingly called into question a vaccine procurement strategy that is working. They seem to have trouble taking yes for an answer. We know that asking questions is their work, is their job, rather. When will the doses be delivered? How many? But to cloud the issue intentionally and perhaps mislead Canadians? No, that's not responsible. And it is bad for Canadians. Can the Prime Minister set things straight and give us the facts on these vaccines? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question, and I'd also like to wish her a happy birthday today. For more than a year, our priority has been to create the most diverse and exhaustive vaccine portfolio in the world. And the facts show that our plan is working. 8 million doses will be delivered by the end of March. That is 2 million doses more than our goal. While the opposition tries to cloud the issue in order to score political points, we will remain concentrated on helping Canadians.
Lampton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said he spoke to President Biden about the Line 5 closure and the critical impact it will have on 50,000 jobs on both sides of the border. Could he update this House as to whether the President said he would intervene to keep Line 5 open?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian energy workers work hard to power homes on both sides of the border. When I met with the President, I underlined how Canada is a reliable source of energy, contributing to U.S. energy security and economic competitiveness. Ambassador Hillman and our Detroit Consul General are strongly advocating, alongside many other officials, for Line 5's continued operation. Our government supports the continued safe operation of Line 5. We will continue to stand up for Canadian energy interests.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what he means when his government says that Line 5 is different than Keystone XL? Is it different because the Minister of Natural Resources is paying more attention this time? Is it different because he might actually engage the U.S. administration on this issue? Is it different because it involves Canadian jobs outside of Western Canada? Keystone XL's cancellation represents the loss of thousands of Canadian jobs and billions of dollars of economic value to our country. So does Line 5. So what is different this time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we did for many, many years, we continued to advocate for Keystone XL up until the moment when a final decision was made. We are continuing to advocate for Line 5 and will continue to because we know how important it is to Canadian energy and energy workers. We also have continued to be there for workers in the oil patch, whether it was by purchasing the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in order to ensure that it gets built, whether it was investing billions of dollars for orphan wells, whether it's by standing up for Canadian energy workers and a brighter future we're building together. We will continue to be there to demonstrate that we know the future must include oil and gas workers in Alberta and across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has let thousands of Canadian families down twice with Keystone XL. Talks have broken down between the Governor of Michigan and Enbridge on Line 5. 30,000 jobs are on the line. It's 2 months before the deadline, and the Prime Minister today just confirmed he didn't specifically raise Line 5 with the President. The Minister and officials told committee that they're happy that there's now a mediator in place. Can the Prime Minister tell us why his plan is to bet 30,000 Canadian jobs on an American-appointed mediator?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians saw over the past 4 years that as a government, we were consistently able to stand up for Canadian interests, even against a very challenging American administration. I can assure Canadians that despite the fear-mongering going on from the Conservatives, we will continue to stand up for American jobs, for Canadian jobs and Canadian interests throughout our work as government. We will continue to be effective in advocating for Canadians every step of the way, as we successfully did while they play cheap political games.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, Today, I'm happy to hear that the community of Anishinaabe Hujishikoknikam Nation is celebrating the lift of their long-term water advisory. This lift means that over 400 community members will access to clean, safe drinking water. Mr. Speaker, ensuring clean drinking water for First Nations on reserve is a deeply important commitment our government has made. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on where our government is at on fulfilling this important commitment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Nickel Belt for his question. Today marks a historic milestone in our partnership with First Nations communities. We have now lifted 101 long-term drinking water advisories since coming into office. In 2015, there were 105 long-term water advisories with no tracking mechanisms. Now, with our investments and these lifts, over 450,000 First Nations people will have access to clean drinking water. We remain committed to lifting all remaining advisories and investing in long-term solutions so that no other generation will grow up without clean drinking water.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I have a document that shows the Chinese Communist Party is at the heart of Canada's visa application center in China. The subcontractor doing this work is a company owned by the Beijing Municipal Security Bureau. Under Chinese regulations, the chair of the company is the same person as the party secretary, and the general manager is the deputy secretary. They must execute the will of the party in performing their duties and swear an oath to never betray the party. If the Prime Minister doesn't think a Chinese state-owned company should supply X-ray machines for embassies, why should we trust the Chinese Communist Party to run and operate Canada's visa application centers in China?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that all third-party contractors undergo rigorous screening. Officials regularly carry out inspections and audits to ensure compliance with Canada's privacy standards, most recently in just December of last year. A number of countries also use the same local provider, including a number of Five Eyes allies. We will, every step of the way, continue to ensure the safety and the integrity of our visa application system.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today.
That is all the time we have today for question period.
The member for Lakeland is rising on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, on International Women's Day, I did ask questions about the silencing of women victims of sexual misconduct and the silencing of a whistleblower related to the Chief of Defence Staff. I did use a word to describe the difference between what the Liberals say and what they do when it comes to believing and listening to all women. You reminded me that that was unparliamentary language. So with the irony not completely lost on me, I do want to retract that word.
Thank the Honourable Member for that retraction, and we will strike that and consider it dealt with. It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-221 under the private member's business. Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members. The question is the following one.
Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moved that Bill C-221, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, oil and gas wells, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Sixth row at my left. Fifth row at my left.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Allez-y.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Calkins.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Première rangée.
First row at my left.
Zan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row at my right. Fifth row at my right. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième.
Second row at my right.
First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row at my left. Fifth row at my left.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Madame Gill.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Première rangée.
First.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Que tous ceux.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row at my right.
Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Drouin.
Quatrième.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Bagnall.
I'm opposed. I'm having trouble with the app.
Okay.
Mr. Bagnall, nays compte.
Ms. Zahn.
Mr. Speaker, I vote nay, and I had trouble as well.
Okay.
Ms. Zahn.
Okay, sorry, I voted.
Nays compte.
Now is Terry.
You're muted now?
I see Mr. Dowdall's hand pop in and out. I want to make sure that he has the opportunity to.
I vote in favor.
Okay. There we
Mr.
go.
Dowdall, in favor. Pour.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Perron is standing.
Okay.
I didn't hear my name clearly spoken earlier. I'm sorry, could you speak up? Well, my microphone was off. That was the problem. So I just wanted to say that I'm not sure if my name was recorded because I didn't hear it clearly. Yes, you did vote, and it was recorded.
If a House officer of a recognized party wishes to bring any concerns to the attention of the chair regarding the visual identity of a member in relation to the vote, they may do so now. We're good? Good. Le Bureau.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 124, 124. Nays contre 209, 209.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-205 under private members' business.
La question.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Barlow, seconded by Ms. Rood, moved that Bill C-205, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
rangés à ma
Sixth row at my left.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
sixième,
Fifth row at my left.
cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my left, yes.
Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Quatrième,
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
third row at
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
second row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Première rangée.
First row at my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bizan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please stand. Sixième rangée à ma droite.
Sixth row at my right.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my right. Fourth row at my right.
Right. Second row at my right. first row at my right.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. The sixth row at my left.
Why do Liberals hate farmers?
The fifth row at my left. La quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row at my right.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my right.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Yes. Okay.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
OK, on est rendu à quelle rangée?
Now, what row are we at now? Second? All right, second row at my right. First row at my right.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. On va attendre après. Normalement, il n'y en a pas. Si c'est quelque chose de technique.
Is there a technical problem?
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall?
Yes, I vote no. I'm still having a bit of problem. I think it's fixed now, but I vote no. Nay.
There you go.
Mr. Bagnall, against call.
Seeing no other hands up, if a House officer of a recognized party wishes to bring any concerns to the attention of the chair regarding the visual identity of a member in relation to the vote, they may do so now. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 155, 155.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly,
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. There we go. Yes. Oops. Conformément à l'ordre adopté,
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-237 under private members' business. The question is the following one.
South, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started. And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
My right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Fifth row on my right.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Première rangée.
First row at my right.
Mr. Angus.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée à ma...
Sixth row at my left.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my left.
Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Okay. Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Barlow, sorry.
Okay, that's what I
Mr.
thought.
Barlow.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row at my right. Fifth row at my right. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Sixth row at my left.
Cinquième.
Fifth row at my left.
Quatrième.
Fourth row at my left.
Troisième.
Third row at my left.
Deuxième.
Second row at my left.
Première rang.
First row at my left.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Good. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Technical difficulty.
It was not. Okay, the honourable member for Carleton, Mr.
I'm afraid I did have a technical difficulty, Mr. Speaker, and it's hard to get used again to voting in the chamber. And as a result, you passed me by, and I wanted to vote vigorously in favour of the motion. So I ask that you record my vote accordingly.
Consent of the chamber to have that. Do we have unanimous consent? I believe we have unanimous consent, so we will count the member for Carleton. Okay. If a House officer of a recognized party wishes to bring any concerns to the attention of the chair regarding the visual identity of a member in relation to the vote, they may do so now. Seeing none, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 333, 333. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Fast relating to business of supply. The question is the following one. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moved that the House call on the government to include in the next federal budget measures to help workers and their families struggling the most in the current economic downturns. A. De mesures sectorielles pour...
A. Introducing sector-specific measures to support workers in the highly impacted hospitality, tourism, and charitable sectors.
Providing repayable loans to airlines in exchange for consumer refunds, job guarantees, restrictions on executive compensation, and restoration of regional routes. And C, the program
improving support programs, including lending supports for small and medium businesses to be accessible within 30 days of the passage of this motion to prevent a wave of bankruptcies and layoffs.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Here.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Above. If a House officer of a recognized party wishes to bring any concerns to the attention of the chair regarding the visual identity of a member in relation to the vote, they may do so now. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 183, 183. Nays contre 159, 151.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Next. Thank you, sir. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill C-216 under private members' business.
La question est...
The question is the following one. Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Ms. Michaud, moved that Bill C-216, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, Supply Management, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
National. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Sixième rangée à ma...
Sixth row at my left.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my left.
Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Quatrième.
Fourth row at my left.
Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Troisième.
Third row at my left.
Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Deuxième.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de
Première
Bellefeuille.
rangée à ma...
First row at my left.
Oh, je m'excuse.
De Bellefeuille.
Monsieur
Maintenant, on va aller à la
Deltel.
première rangée à ma gauche.
Now we'll go to the first row at my left.
Okay. Que tous ceux à ma...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
rangée.
Sixth row at my right.
Cinquième.
Fifth row at my right.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Garrison.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Première rangée.
First row at my right.
Yes.
Mr. Angus.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left. Fifth row on my left.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Second row on my left. First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right. Fifth row on my right. Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right. Second row on my right. And first row on my right. La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Gallant. Ms. Gallant? I believe you're on mute.
I vote in favor of.
Okay, very good.
Mrs. Gallant, in favor, Poole.
That's it. Si un agent supérieur de la...
If a House officer of a recognized party wishes to bring any concerns to the attention of the chair regarding the visual identity of a member in relation to the vote, they may do so now.
Okay. Le bureau va...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 249, 249. Nays contre 80, 80.
Je déclare...
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-18. The question is the following one. Ms. Ning, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that Bill C-18, an act to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Are we starting in front of the back?
In the front.
It's the public bill.
The front.
C-18.
Yeah. Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Poilievre. Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Poilievre. Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
The House will now wait on the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Brassard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this is the second time. I thought my vote had counted last time, but now I just got notice that my vote didn't count. I would have voted yay in the last vote, and I'm voting yay in this one. So I'm not sure I followed all the instructions. So thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
Well, you can count your vote on this one.
4, pool.
That's fine. I'll have to figure this out. Thank you.
Mr. Lawrence.
Somehow technical problems, and I vote yay.
Mr. Lawrence, 4, pool.
Is that it? Okay, very good. If a House officer of a recognized party wishes to bring any concerns to the attention of the chair regarding the visual identity of a member in relation to the vote, they may do so now. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 305, 305. Nays contre 25, 25.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
Troisième lecture de...
We have a point of order?
Very good. Okay. Now we have a point of order. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Member from Barrie was very honest and clear and modest in his declaration a few minutes ago quand il a affirmé que
when he said that his vote wasn't counted in the previous vote and he thought it had been counted. I think he was speaking in good faith and had good intentions. So I was wondering if we could ask for unanimous consent in this House to allow the member from Barrie to have his vote for the previous vote count. All those who are opposed to what the honourable motion member is proposing, will please say nay.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable.
Just ask him how he's voting.
I'm sorry?
If you could just ask him how he was voting.
Yes. The honourable, Mr. Brassard. Mr. Brassard?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm here.
Yes, on the previous vote, maybe you might want to. 1 second. Somebody's not on mute. We'll wait till they're muted. It's not intentional. They seem to be having a conversation. Very good. Mr. Brassard, if you can tell us how you voted on the previous vote. The chamber has, or the members have decided to allow your vote to stand.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members for that. I would have voted in favor of the motion.
You did vote in favor of the motion. Very good. All done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll deal with the IT ambassadors on this and we'll try to figure it out. Thank you.
Very good. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must acquaint the House with the questions to be raised at adjournment tonight.
Health. 2. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Natural Resources. 3. The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore, Airline Industry. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 82 minutes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary... we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the second reading of C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, COVID-19 response, during the debate I found an error in the text of the bill. At the top of page 12, concerning Section 4 of the Elections Act, entitled Receipt of Special Ballot, Application Made in Electoral District. In English, Clause 239.2 states, contains provisions for the receipt of ballots in the National Capital Region no later than 6 p.m. on the Tuesday. In French, 239.2 states, parviennent au bureau du directeur du scrutin au plus tard à 18h le mardi qui suit. The same clause of the bill has two very different meanings. In one language, special ballots are to be received in the National Capital Region, and in the other, they go to the local returning officer. This is a significant discrepancy. At pages 726 and 727 of Boston Gagnon, it states, bills are drafted simultaneously in both official languages. Once drafted, they must be approved by Cabinet, after which the government House Leader customarily reviews them and recommends in favor or against their introduction in Parliament. Generally, the government House Leader asks Cabinet to delegate the latter responsibility to him or her. Page 734 of Boston Gagnon talks about the introduction of bills that are in an imperfect shape and that it is clearly contrary to the standing orders. It goes on to say, although this provision exists mainly in contemplation of errors identified when a bill is introduced, members have brought such defects or anomalies to the attention of the chair at various stages in the legislative process. In the past, the Speaker has directed that the order for second reading of certain bills be discharged when it was discovered that they were not in their final form and were therefore not ready to be introduced. The government was clearly not ready to introduce this bill, Mr. Speaker. The discrepancy between English and French versions have two very separate, distinct, and consequential meanings for how elections are held in Canada or could be held if this bill were to pass. I must bring to your attention that the clause in question was a source of confusion during Monday's House debate, specifically during exchange between myself and the member for Elmwood-Transcona, and also with the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Quite the title. The discrepancy I've highlighted is not some minor clause. And now I am fearful that the member for Elmwood-Transcona was misinformed, and he and I clearly had a different understanding of the legislation stemming from the incongruity between the French and English text. He stated in the House that during committee, and I quote, "We heard from both Elections Canada and Canada Post that the intention is to have special ballots counted locally within the riding, so I think that is already foreseen," end quote. He was likely reading from the French version of the text during second reading. And the Parliamentary Secretary, the member from Winnipeg North, stated ballots would be counted in the riding if sent from the riding. This is a very important point to note, end quote. Again, the member is reading from a different version of the bill than I, likely the French version. Whether or not that was the impression given in committee or the intention of government, that is not what the English text of the bill says. It is clear that the wording of the bill misled members of the House, and we may well need to restart debate entirely. I will note, Mr. Speaker, practically half of my comments in debate centered on Clause 239 and the impact it would have on local elections. I raised this immediately with the clerks on Monday and with the member from Kingston and the Thousand Islands, but it was not addressed. I ask that you review this matter and rule on whether this bill can stand in its current form or if it needs to be discharged from the House of Commons and resubmitted. Again, Clause 239 in the bill, if enacted, could impact millions of Canadians voting in an election during a pandemic. This is not a minor clause, and whether we read the French version or the English version has grave consequences for how an election would be conducted in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for that intervention, and I will take that under advisement and return to the chamber, or to the House, should I see fit. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising on a point of order.
On the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, in good faith, I'll confirm that when I was sitting here, the member had said that to me from across the way. I don't think it was my responsibility to reply to him, but he did indicate that. I will admit that. But I would just ask, Mr. Speaker, it's obviously your prerogative when you bring back a ruling on this, but if you would please allow a little bit of time just for us to review what this member has said and then go back and review the legislation ourselves in order to possibly provide further comment to this, that would be, we would really much appreciate that. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think the proposal of member for Kingston and the Islands is an excellent one. I think that indeed the government will need to give us information on this. But, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the time they take over this will not be a demonstration of the fact that they don't want this parliament to work well. I hope things will move forward correctly.
Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd just like to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands. It was an informal exchange between us, but he was in the House, so I just wanted to make note of that. And the spirit of the debate taking place was not in any way. It was a very reasonable debate, and I really do think that the nature of the debate was questionable given the difference in the clauses. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your understanding.
The honourable members for their input, and I will return to the chamber with a ruling on that. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Okay, agreed. I believe, if it's okay with the chamber, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton had her hand up, and I believe I missed it. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, that was, it just was brought to my attention.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. It's on the same point of order. Actually, I wanted to add that there is a very serious difference, because in speaking with multiple returning officers locally across the country, they've already been trained on the proposed changes in this legislation, and their understanding is that the special ballots will be locally administered and not in the national office as is in the bill. So I think it's worth your consideration, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member, and I apologize for not noticing the hands up on the screen in front of me. Now we're going to pause for a very short moment to allow for some relief for the speaker who works so hard and needs some time to go take.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, présentation de rapport de comité. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-224, an act to amend an act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreement with provinces. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Constituents in my riding have asked me to present a petition on their behalf. They are asking the Government of Canada to use the tools within the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or the Magnitsky Act. The petitioner states that over 21 years, the Chinese government has perpetrated violence, including torture and killing, against the practitioners of Falun Gong. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to deploy all legal sanctions, including the freezing of assets and the barring of entry to Canada. My constituents look forward to receiving a response from the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased to stand today and to present these petitions on behalf of Canadians. The first one on behalf of Canadians as a whole, but also our Ethiopian community. Ethiopia has experienced alarming bouts of unrest and violence in the last year. Conflict has engulfed the Tigray region, leading to egregious human rights abuses and a humanitarian crisis. Whereas humanitarian actors and independent journalists and researchers have almost no access to the affected regions, Ethiopian and Eritrean federal armed forces, forces affiliated with the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, and Ethiopian regional and military forces have all taken part in this conflict. Whereas credible reports indicate that war crimes such as the indiscriminate shelling of civilian towns and villages, extrajudicial killings, at least one large-scale massacre, looting, and sexual violence have all occurred. And the situation remains dire with rising hunger, limited access to food, and a collapse of their healthcare system. And so, Ethiopia, as one of the largest recipients of Canada's international assistance, these individuals in our country are asking that they are calling on the government to immediately call for an end to the violence and for restraint from all sides and parties involved in the Tigray conflict, immediately call for humanitarian access to the region, for independent monitoring to be allowed, immediately call for international investigations into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights law, engage directly and consistently with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on this conflict, and promote short, medium, and long-term elections monitoring in Ethiopia. And the second one will be more brief, Madam Speaker. It's in regards to sex selection abortion in Canada. There are no laws on this, and it's antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women. And so these individuals are calling upon the House of Commons to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. Thank you.
And there are a lot of people, a lot of parliamentarians who want to table petitions, so I would ask members to ensure that their summary is short in presenting their petitions. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to present a petition regarding the violent conflict that has engulfed the Tigray region of Ethiopia and led to gross human rights abuses and humanitarian crisis. The undersigned petitioners call for an immediate end to violence and for restraint from all sides and parties involved in the Tigray conflict. The undersigned call for immediate humanitarian access to the region and international investigations into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights laws. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to present a petition signed by 88 of my constituents asking for Canada to use Magnitsky sanctions against Chinese officials who've committed human rights abuses against Falun Gong. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Madam Speaker, I'm presenting a petition today that seeks to shine a light on the very dark days being tragically lived by those in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, where there are credible reports of gross and egregious human rights abuses. These horrific reports include allegations of widespread sexual violence, extrajudicial executions, and indiscriminate gunfire. The petition, among other things, asks the Liberal government to call for an end to the violence and for investigations into the alleged human rights violations in the Tigray region. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting yet another petition from young people in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and from the neighboring riding of Kootenay, who are concerned about climate change. They point out that Canada's targets are inadequate and actions have been weaker than those targets. They want jobs that are sustainable and not for a short-term gain at the expense of future generations. They therefore ask the government to support their future with a detailed climate strategy with science-based targets, eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, and redirect those funds to renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training. Thank you.
The honourable member for Langley, for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to present two petitions on behalf of Canadians today. The first petition I will be presenting is related to Bill C-6, the government's poorly crafted conversion therapy ban. We here in Parliament and the overwhelming majority of Canadians want to pass legislation which criminalizes, in an explicit manner, coercive counselling practices. However, in an unfortunate twist of irony, Bill C6 conflates harmful methodologies with the goals Canadians choose for themselves. The petitioners are concerned that if Bill C6 passes, heterosexuals will be able to get support to reduce unwanted sexual addictions or porn addictions, whereas LGBTQ Canadians will not. With this bill's passing, only in Canada will consenting adults not be able to pay for a professional counselor. Mature minors would have no choice at all. In fact, this bill says that only the counseling sessions of LGBTQ Canadians will be regulated by criminal law. These petitioners recognize that although they support a conversion therapy ban, they do not support this conversion therapy ban because Bill C6 bans far more than conversion therapy. The definition used in Bill C6 would needlessly criminalize normal conversations between children and parents and other mentors in their lives about sexuality. It would limit the types of supports that are available for LGBTQ Canadians. It's not the government's place to determine the outcomes that a person desires for themselves when they undergo counseling. Bill C6 would ban outcomes that patients desire, not just harmful methodologies. The petitioners have a specific ask in regards to the definition of conversion therapy. The definition in the bill is not used by any professional body in North America. This petition is a call for a simple fix. They are calling for the definition to be fixed so that it actually tackles what we all want to do, ban violent and coercive counseling.
Pardon me? I would ask the member to keep her petition, the summary, very short. It shouldn't be her personal view either. So the honourable member.
Is regarding the Tigray conflict that has rocked Ethiopia since November of last year. Petitioners recognize that credible reports indicate that war crimes, such as the indiscriminate shelling of civilian towns and villages, extrajudicial killings, at least one large-scale massacre, looting, and sexual violence have all occurred in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Humanitarian actors are blocked from helping the desperate victims of the violence. This government has a record of refusing to act or even acknowledge when human rights abuses are clearly taking place, as is evident by Cabinet's abstention when Parliament voted to declare the treatment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang a genocide. Petitioners are imploring the government not to ignore the tragic situation in Ethiopia by immediately calling for an end to the violence, for humanitarian access to the region, and for international investigation into war crimes, and to engage with the governments involved in the conflict, help ensure the integrity of their democratic institutions are protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Banning.
Madam Speaker, I'm standing today to table a petition by my constituents of Edmonton Manning and concerned citizens across Canada pertaining to the ongoing crisis in Tigray. Just like many Canadians, I was shocked and heartbroken to read about the systemic killings of hundreds of civilians, including women and children, by the Ethiopian government's forces. I call on the government to do the right thing through the details of this petition and support this motion. Thank you.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions that I'm tabling today. Both are initiated and signed by constituents in Nanaimo, Ladysmith. The first petition, the petitioners note that almost all community drinking watersheds on the east coast of Vancouver Island are privately owned because of the ENN land grant, which was part of the agreement to bring BC into Confederation 150 years ago. They point out that the ENN land grant violated Aboriginal rights and title. They also observe that there is a high risk of drinking water contamination due to industrial and human activity in these watersheds. The petitioners are calling on the government to work with First Nations, all levels of government, and private landowners to begin the process of bringing these community drinking watersheds under public ownership and control to maintain a secure source of clean drinking water for future generations. The second petition outlines a long series of human rights abuses sanctioned and perpetrated by officials of the Chinese Communist Party, and the petitioners urge the Government of Canada to deploy all legal sanctions against these perpetrators under the Magnitsky Act, including freezing assets and barring entry to Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of over 10,000 people, whereas the Governor, Gretchen Whitmer of the state of Michigan, gave the order to shut down Enbridge Line 5, and the closure would have a devastating effect on the financial well-being of Sarnia-Lambton and tens of thousands of skilled tradespeople and employees of local refineries and supporting industries and businesses. And the closure would also have a wide-range ripple effect throughout the province of Ontario and Quebec, including the disruption of fuel supply to major airports and transportation hubs, such as Toronto's Pearson Airport. And without Line 5, a massive portion of our industry would be wiped out. They're calling on the government to provide their livelihood and sustain their quality of life by calling on the Prime Minister to appeal to President-elect Joe Biden to intervene and prevent Governor Whitmer from inflicting overwhelming and catastrophic economic effect to communities in Ontario, Quebec, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Ohio. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, I'm presenting a petition on behalf of Canadians concerned about the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Ethiopia. The situation in the Tigray region is critical. There are reports of war crimes happening in the region, including a large-scale massacre. Human rights organizations are gravely concerned. This petition calls on the Canadian government to push for an immediate end to this horrific situation.
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition from my constituents Martina and Bradley Lean-Weber, who lost their son Adam in a tragic gliding accident, a mid-air collision back in 2019. The petition calls upon the House of Commons to legislate a mandatory use of aircraft collision avoidance systems in privately owned civilian glider aircraft and tow planes in Canada in an effort to prevent mid-air collisions and the associated unnecessary loss of life. It is possible that Adam's death could have been prevented if Canada required the use of this FLARM technology, this collision avoidance technology, which, by the way, is promoted by the Soaring Association of Canada. The Lean-Webers have worked tirelessly since Adam's death to ensure no other family has to go through what they have. They are hoping the Minister of Transport will consider requiring this sensible and life-saving technology. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. There's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 6 petitions to present. The first petition highlights the situation in Tigray, as my colleagues have discussed, calls for an end to violence, humanitarian access, international investigations. It calls on the Government of Canada to be engaged with the Government of Ethiopia and Government of Eritrea on these issues, including providing election monitoring short, medium, and long term. The second petition raises serious concerns about Bill C-7, including the government's plan to eliminate the 10-day reflection period. Petitioners are also concerned about the government's plan to allow suicide facilitation for those struggling with mental health challenges. The third petition calls on the government to do advanced policies which support growth in Alberta's industrial heartland and growth in energy-related manufacturing. It identifies the need to support permanent accelerated capital cost allowance for energy-related manufacturing. The fourth petition raises concerns about the definition of conversion therapy used in Bill C-6 and calls on the government to fix the definition and then to ban conversion therapy using a correct definition. The fifth petition raises concerns about organ harvesting and trafficking and calls on the government to pass Bill S-204. And the sixth and final petition highlights the Uyghur genocide, calls on the government of Canada to recognize that genocide and apply Magnitsky sanctions to those who are responsible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate the honourable member going through that at a speed, lightning speed. Very good. Questions on the order paper. A point of order, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just following on a comment that you had made in the middle of presenting petitions, and I didn't want to interrupt at that time. But even after you specifically asked that members not interject their own personal feelings on a petition, there were still presenters who said things like, and therefore I agree, or therefore we should encourage the government to. Presenting petitions is a time to present those petitions on behalf of people, but certainly, as the rules dictate, not an opportunity, or should be used as an opportunity to interject one's own feelings on it. So perhaps now is a good time to remind people when presenting those petitions to make sure that they are only doing what the rules allow.
I appreciate the Honourable Member Kingston's and the Island's interjection, and as I indicated, and as members know, petitions is a time where you can provide a brief summary, that you should be providing only a brief summary of the petition and what the petitioners are asking, and not your own personal view on whether you support it or not, and not a time for a speech on the item. And that will allow more people to table their petitions, more parliamentarians to be able to have the voices of their constituents heard. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 353 and Q354. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question number Q3, originally tabled on November 16, 2020, and the government's response to Q347 to 352 and to question 355 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
And then finally, Madam Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to have remaining questions stand? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. And I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue has 5 minutes remaining in the debate.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and good afternoon to all my colleagues. It's always a pleasure to rise and speak as a Member of Parliament for Vaughan Woodbridge on behalf of the residents of my riding as their strong voice in Ottawa. I know firsthand how important the issue of climate change is to Vaughan residents. Our government has adopted a whole-of-government approach, partnering and consulting with industry as well as stakeholders to tackle climate change and ensure not only a healthy environment, but a strong economy for generations, including my 2 young daughters, Eliana and Natalia, and all youth across the country. Colleagues, it is great to speak today and continue the debate on Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which will provide for the implementation of national targets and plans for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions with the objective of attaining net zero emissions by 2050. Madame la Présidente, fighting climate change is most certainly about reducing or lowering greenhouse gas emissions, but it is also about a stronger Canadian economy and strengthening our middle class while helping those working hard to join it. Madame la Présidente, many of my colleagues know that I'm a champion of the private sector. I've increased linkages between countries through trade and investment, most importantly, wealth creation. Our economic system has brought with it the high standards of living and lifted literally billions of individuals out of poverty, despite the current setback due to the pandemic. On climate change, industry and the private sector are again leading the charge. We see and hear about this every day. The technological advances on many fronts, including right here in Canada, where electric buses are engineered, manufactured, and assembled. Announcements by automotive companies to produce electric vehicles here in Canada, including the hardworking individuals at Ford's Oakville plant, Stellantis' Windsor facility, and GM's operation in Ingersoll. In addition, my Vaughan Woodbridge riding, and less than 2 kilometers from my constituency office, is home to a Tesla dealership where Canadians are able to purchase and pick up their electric vehicle. The feedback from leading private sector stakeholders on C-12 has been unequivocally positive. Let me quote from the Business Council of Canada, transparency around net zero emissions targets is essential. Business leaders agree greenhouse emissions targets are important, as is the process to assess progress against those targets. Clear guidelines, a predictable policy framework, and a supportive investment environment will help them get there faster. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers represents an industry that is the largest exporting sector of the Canadian economy, with over $100 billion in export proceeds, and the energy sector, directly and indirectly, employing nearly 900,000 Canadians. As noted by CAP, CAP is committed to working with the Canadian government to meet emission reduction objectives, which include the ambition to achieve net zero by 2050. By working together, we can accelerate innovation and develop technology that reduces emissions while delivering reasonably produced energy to meet global energy demand. Madame la Présidente, we all welcome the new leadership by the United States as our neighbor to the south has rejoined the Paris Climate Accord. The Biden administration will once again join the Conservative UK Prime Minister, the European Union, and all 195 countries that have signed, with 190 countries that have ratified the accord. Canadians expect no less than leadership, Madame la Présidente, and that is what we are delivering through Bill C-12. Madame la Présidente, I wish to return briefly, with my time remaining, to a company that I briefly mentioned in my first opportunity to speak on C-12, as I wish to dive a little deeper as indicative of where the private sector is going and leading on climate change. Enel is Europe's largest utility and the world's largest renewable energy provider, with nearly 100 million end users across 33 countries. Enel for years has been recognized as a leader for sustainable development and its work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We know it is a global issue and it will require global leadership. Speaking at the 2020 Bloomberg Green Summit, Enel CEO Francesco Starace laid out why the company for years has pursued policies in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As noted by the CEO, we're looking at sustainability, not just green energy. It's a little larger. As the world evolves more and more into a circular and sustainable economy, it makes more sense that financial instruments and industrial policies are tailored to that direction. In fact, in 2020, Madame la Présidente, the United Nations Global Compact galvanized chief financial officers of global companies responsible for over $14 trillion of investments. That compares to the size of the Canadian economy of $2 trillion, by establishing a task force to help close the gap in funding for a sustainable and green future. Enel is a task force patron sponsor and co-chair. In fact, and quite innovatively, the company issued the first Sustainable Development Green Linked Bonds, SDG linked bonds, denominated in US dollars and euros as part of its sustainable future. The future is now, Madame la Présidente. Innovation is driving the transition to a carbon neutral economy. Yes, it will take time, but we know Canada and Canadians are ready and excited for this future. Bill C-12 provides the framework, the certainty, and the rigor for Canada to achieve its goals of net zero by 2050. Bill C-12 requires a tabling and publication of targets, plans, progress reports, and assessment reports. The initial target of 2030 must be set by the Minister of Environment within 6 months of coming into force of this act, along with an emissions reductions plan. Notably, a progress report must also be tabled by 2027. In addition, Madame la Présidente, Bill C-12 is a dynamic document that in addition to having a robust parliamentary accountability mechanism, the Commissioner of the Environment, Sustainable Development, supported by the Office of the Auditor General, must examine and report on the government's implementation and of the measures aimed at mitigating climate change within 5 years of the coming into the force of this act and every 5 years thereafter. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. And, you know, the NDP clearly supports climate accountability. Jack Layton presented such a bill 15 years ago that basically called for these measures. We've lost that 15 years. Science tells us that we have to do the lion's share of the work to battle climate change in the next decade. So we need accountability now. We need a 2025 target, and we need an audit of that target in 2025. And I just want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why does the government seem so unwilling to do this?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, the honourable member colleague from South Okanagan at West Kootenay. I share his passion and the immediacy of acting on climate change, and that is what our government is doing. I believe once the bill comes into force within 6 months, there needs to be an emissions reductions plan tabled, and then a progress report that must be done by 2027. I know we need to act quickly. Bill C-12 is only one component of our government's fight against climate change, obviously putting in place a price on pollution and increasing that price and rebating it to Canadian citizens is also a piece of it. And I look forward to continuing working together with all colleagues to not only fight climate change, but to capture the economic benefits of fighting climate change. Thank you, Madam.
Comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question in regards to the comment on the fact that there would be a 15-member advisory board that is outside of our government. Just wondering what exactly that entails, how long these individuals would be on. Has the government already chosen some people to serve in this method? And what responsibilities are there in regards to the Minister of Environment with that board? Is there any accountability there in a reverse fashion? I'm concerned about the role of Parliament in this circumstance with this advisory board. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member from Yorkton Melville for the question, and obviously the oversight and accountability of Parliament is needed when we introduce laws and programs for all Canadians to benefit from and to ensure transparency and accountability. Within the framework we've implemented or announced to be implemented in Bill C-12 is a very robust framework, and I would love to go through everything, but all the measures we've introduced, but there are many to do so, and I can take it to offside with my honourable colleague in doing that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for...
The member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. However, I'd like to come back to the previous issue with regard to the lack of accountability, because when the minister assesses himself and produces a report, well, there's a lack of accountability. I'm not just saying that, but there are other groups I've spoken with recently who said this, who said that there's a lack of targets in the bill. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that topic.
Sorry.
La Présidente.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and to address the House through the hybrid technology of our Parliament. Today we're talking about Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. Madam Speaker, before I go any further, I'd like to say, quite simply, that I'm still very proud.
Nous, les conservateurs, on ne se lève pas le matin pour détruire notre planète. Bien au contraire, nous avons un bilan qui le démontre dans le passé et nous serons toujours préoccupés et poserons des gestes concrets pour faire en sorte de protéger notre planète et d'améliorer l'avenir pour nos enfants et nos petits-enfants. Alors, je me plais toujours à le répéter, Madame la Présidente. On peut lire dans le document déposé pour la première fois en Chambre le 19 novembre 2020, l'objet de la présente loi est d'exiger l'établissement de 10 cibles nationales de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, fondées sur les meilleures données scientifiques disponibles et de promouvoir la transparence et la responsabilité dans le cadre de l'atteinte de ces cibles pour soutenir l'atteinte de la carboneutralité au Canada d'ici 2050 et les engagements internationaux du Canada en matière d'atténuation des changements climatiques. Madame la Présidente, ça semble, à première vue, très prometteur.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. The honourable member for it. The translation's not working?
Okay, we're going to try again. Is it working now?
Is it working? I'm sorry, your mic is off, so I'm not sure if... Est-ce que la traduction...
Is the interpretation working now? Yes? Okay. Sorry. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll continue. So this bill looks very promising at first blush, but the Liberals have always been very good at using buzzwords to entice Canadians with their nice rhetoric, especially when it's a hot topic like global warming and combating climate change. If we seem less enthusiastic and less willing to climb blindly on the bandwagon with this Liberal government's plan, it's quite simply based on experience. Here's an excerpt from the Environment Minister's mandate letter to give you a concrete example. Support the Natural Resources Minister in the implementation of a plan to plant 2 billion trees over the next 10 years. Which is part of our approach to implementing climate solutions, including wetlands and urban forests. 2 billion trees. That's quite impressive, Madam Speaker. Canada would contribute not only to carbon sequestration, but also to job creation with this effort. In 2019, there was a report in Science magazine, and according to that report, 900 million hectares of extra forest could be planted. In other words, 1,200,000,000 trees. And those would have the capacity to sequester 250 megatons of CO2, which is 1/4 of the carbon present in the atmosphere. You have to remember, Madam Speaker, that during the election of 2019, and as is the Liberals' want, there was a lot of rhetoric, a lot of lofty talk to impress the viewing audience. So this idea of planting 2 billion trees, Madam Speaker, we all know that wood captures CO2, forests capture CO2, so it's not a bad idea in and of itself, but they have to walk the talk. And with the Liberal government that we currently have, all they do is window dressing. They try to impress us with their talk, but everything's always postponed. The timelines are so far off that they never really have to follow through. Émilie Lemarquis in La Presse said that not a single tree has been planted to date. It's 2021 now, and they made that promise in 2019 during the election. I suppose they're going to blame this on COVID? Let's be a bit realistic here. What current steps are being taken? What action is being taken now? Because, Madam Speaker, when Parliament was prorogued for the election in 2019, a scheduled election, I believe, in the spring of 2019, it was urgent. Action was urgently needed. There were a lot of calls for concrete steps to be taken, but nothing's been done. And now they've tabled C-12. This bill would implement plans. But do you know when the first plan is going to be tabled? I would calculate it in terms of the number of majority governments, the number of elections. It would take 2 majority elections plus 1 year. So in other words, in 2030. So what credibility does the Liberal Party of Canada have to govern our country when it comes to the environment. And I'll give you the answer, Madam Speaker. They have no credibility, none. They keep punting these things down the line. They're not responsible. They have no vision. Madam Speaker, if I go by the calculation in Melanie Marquis' article, we've already lost 1 year's planting. It was a 10-year plan. A year has already been wasted, and that's 220 million trees a year. Do you know how many trees that is a day? 628,000 trees per day. Is that realistic? That's the Liberal government's action plan for our planet. So they made a promise, which was intelligent, but they are unable to keep it. So it's one thing to promise something, but you have to actually follow through in order to keep the promise to protect our planet. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, in the Quebec City newspaper, there's a movement of mayors who wrote a letter to members from the Quebec City area, including myself. So I'm targeted by this. And it's not mayors, but mothers and grandmothers, rather, who've written this letter, and they want to have a healthy planet. And God knows, during the pandemic, we've realized things, and concrete things have been done to have a positive impact on reducing the impact of greenhouse gases. In other words, a negative environmental footprint. And in this open letter from mothers, from this Mère au Front movement, they say that C12, which the government put forward, like it's net zero bill, brings no concrete solutions. It's time that all our elected officials in Ottawa acted ambitiously, according to these mothers. It's essential to protect our children, they say. So I would say to Ernest, Madeleine, Marguerite, Léonard, Félicie, Estella, Megan, Luca, Mathilde, Françoise Xavier, Lionel, Annette, Henri, Chanel, Ismaël, Yamélie, and Andric. These are the children of the women who signed this letter. And I would add all the children all across our country, our beautiful country, that with the Conservative government, we will take concrete steps on the environment. Our past record proves this, even though the opposition parties say we're not aware and we're not working to protect the planet. That's completely false, and I want to reassure everyone of that. And when it comes to the Conservative record on the environment, Madam Speaker, I'll bring you back to this opinion piece. I'd like to reassure all parents, mothers and fathers, and children that the Conservative Party will work in the interest of saving our planet and improving our environmental footprint. The list of Conservative Party accomplishments is a long one, Madam Speaker, and I'll just give you a few examples. I'd like to remind you that in 2006, from 2006 to 2015, $17.7 billion was invested in the environment to take concrete steps to allow the planet to improve its environmental record. Also, we created the Clean Energy Fund to support clean energy research. We improved the tax break for green energy initiatives, Madam Speaker. We invested in over 1,500 conservation projects, local projects, and we implemented a habitat custodian program. We created a $180 million fund also for urban areas, and we set up the La Rouge National Park. That was an accomplishment. That's a fact, Madam Speaker. We also added an area almost twice the size of Vancouver Island to the network of federally protected areas. In 2006, we created a chemical products management plan. In 2012, greenhouse gas emissions were 5.1% lower than in 2005. And the economy, Madam Speaker, grew by 10.6%. So, Madam Speaker, we have taken real steps, and I think it's unacceptable that the Liberal Party of Canada claims to be the champions of the environment. There's no time left. I waited to see whether the member was wrapping up, but when he kept going, I had to cut him off. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for his speech on C12. However, I'd like to hear what he has to say. He talked about the Mère au Front movement, this movement of mothers. Yesterday, I met with that group. We had an evening meeting, and it was very productive. What that movement wants with respect to C12 is that they say that 2050 is far too far off. They want a closer target. So I wonder how my colleague defends his party when they weren't that keen on setting these targets. Are these differences reconcilable? Now, a member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford. Indeed, we do have to act. Madam Speaker, if you look at the past, we were talking about acid rain once upon a time, and who was in power when that problem was solved? We trusted science. We trusted entrepreneurs to do research and development. It was a Conservative government that cleaned up the acid rain problem. So yes, I think you can promote the economy and the environment at the same time. You don't have to pit economic development against the environment and vice versa. Let's make super polluters pay and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, make those companies participate domestically, and make sure that the R&D and the technology are exportable. And thus we will become leaders, Madam Speaker. So yes, I would answer the member for Shefford. Yes, we can reach our targets. And with the Liberals, it won't be till 2030. But with the Conservatives, we would swiftly take action with concrete steps to provide accountability and reduce emissions. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I will be asking him in English. I'm sorry, my French is not quite what it should be yet. I'm asking a question on behalf of a constituent or a student in my riding. So I spoke to the grade 5 students at Grandview School in my riding, and Neve, a grade 5 student, asked me if we should be doing more, if we could be doing more to make sure that we're getting to net zero. And she talked about retrofitting homes and retrofitting our buildings with renewable energies. You know, we really haven't seen the Liberals actually achieve very much in this front. I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you would see as an ambitious plan for that going forward.
Not going to talk about that, but I'll put the question to the member. I would just remind the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona to address the questions through the speaker and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Madam Speaker, I can't hear you. I don't know why.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do I have the floor? Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, and personally,
the time and the few time I speak with you in English, but now je parlerai français.
But now I'm going to speak French because I too am working hard on my second language. So you're right. We can take concrete steps. C12, which is currently before us, does not pass muster. It doesn't provide for swift action. I'd like to remind my colleague that the Conservative Party's record from 2006 to 2015 includes major investments in energy efficiency. So those are concrete things the Conservative Party did at the time. But of course, not everything's been solved. It takes a collective effort. When it comes to recycling, for example, everybody contributes to the result. But 75% of recyclable products that Canadians make an effort to put into their blue bins wind up in landfills. So there's a structural problem, and we have to address that. It's things like that that need to be done, concrete steps. So yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that we can do things, concrete things, in the interest of the environment. We can do that together, both in Canada and abroad. The member has corrected himself. in terms of how to ask questions and answer them. I just want to remind everyone that you shouldn't speak directly to one another. All comments have to go through the chair. Resuming debate.
Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to join the debate on Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which is arguably the most important piece of climate legislation in our country's history. This is because Canada should always be striving to act as a world leader in climate change action. But our history has not borne that out, and the facts are that Canada remains a top 10 emitter in greenhouse gas emissions on an absolute basis, and we're firmly entrenched as a top 3 contributor of emissions on a per capita basis. For too long, Canada has set emission reduction goals and failed to meet them. Most of the time, we've failed to even have a realistic plan to meet them. In 2005, we committed ourselves via the Kyoto Protocol to reduce emissions to an average of 6% below our 1990 emissions level. The Liberals, Bloc, and NDP all voted in favor of meeting the targets. And actually, former Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin then brought forth Project Green, which was Canada's first real climate action plan to meet this commitment. Unfortunately, the government was brought down, and we were subject to a critical decade of being a climate laggard under the Harper government. We missed the Kyoto targets. Nothing was done to meet the Copenhagen 2020 targets. And over these years, Canada's efforts were characterized as both cowardly and even as a pariah in the context of UN-led climate change negotiations, giving us the dubious winning streak for the Fossil of the Year award, as well as a Lifetime Unachievement award. This was not only a source of great national shame, it also eroded our soft power and our country's standing in the world by failing to act in the greatest and most urgent challenge our world faces. Thankfully, those years are over. Canada, led by our former Minister of Environment and Climate Change, was a key protagonist in negotiating the Paris Climate Accord, where the world committed to limiting global warming to 2 degrees Celsius while working towards limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Canada and the biggest emitters around the world are now committing to get to net zero emissions by 2050. We have also committed to bringing in a strengthened 2030 target in time for the Leaders Climate Summit on April 22nd of this year. But we know committing to it is not good enough. We need to hold ourselves accountable to meeting it. And that's why this legislation we're debating today is so important. Bill C-12 will act as a legal foundation for Canada's strengthened climate action plan by mandating national emissions targets on 5-year increments based on the best scientific information available, as well as by requiring detailed strategies for achieving these targets and transparent reporting in efforts on the way to get there. An independent net zero advisory board will play a key role in informing the government in the setting of targets and the plans to meet them. This body was recently set up with a diverse and exceptional group of 14 experts, including several that have been highly critical of the government's efforts to date. And I think that shows leadership. I know the advice they will give the minister through annual reports on its activities, which the minister must publicly respond to, will be essential to ensure Canada's actions are informed by the specific challenges and opportunities our country faces. Furthermore, the minister must table both progress reports and assessment reports in Parliament with respect to each target. As such, the public will be kept aware of our progress 2 to 3 years prior to every target, and our prospective success or failure will be analyzed and presented to the House following each target date. In the event of a failure to achieve a target, the minister must report on the reasons why Canada failed to meet the target, provide a description of actions the Government of Canada is taking or will take to address the failure to achieve the target. This is important both for transparency as well as for an accountability mechanism, because it will provide an ideal evidentiary base for a potential plaintiff to bring forth climate change litigation against the government for inaction. The Minister of Finance will also have a duty to publish annual reports explaining how the government is managing its financial risks and opportunities related to climate change. This obligation will require the government to report on all its operations, including Crown corporations such as Export Development Canada, so we can track how public money, even in organizations where the government isn't involved in a case-by-case investment decision, to see how it's impacting our climate action. This can set the stage for appropriate responses to be made. As such, Bill C-12 will effectively lay government spending bare and ensure that Canada is putting its money where its mouth is. The Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development, which is an independent officer of Parliament, must at least once every 5 years examine and report on the government's actions to date, providing additional scrutiny and transparency for Canadians. The impact of multiple independent reports will have on climate accountability and transparency cannot be emphasized enough. However, the Accountability Act itself does not stand mentioning without acknowledging the importance and interdependence of Canada's Strengthened Climate Plan introduced this past December. The Strengthened Climate Plan, which has been deemed, quote, absolutely marvelous, end quote, by former NDP leader Thomas Mulcair, builds upon the 2017 Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change to ensure that we don't only meet, but we actually exceed our 2030 climate target. It includes 64 new measures and $15 billion in new investments on top of the $60 billion investments in our 2017 plan. The Strengthened Plan includes measures that support the rollout and retrofit of energy-efficient homes and buildings, supports more sustainable transportation such as electric vehicles, supports cleaner electricity to power our country, will help build our lower carbon advantage for our industries, and invest in nature-based solutions to climate change, such as by planting 2 billion trees. Importantly, we've committed to continually and predictably increasing the price on pollution up to $170 a ton by 2030. To provide an incentive and certainty to individuals and businesses alike so that they can make and invest in more sustainable choices, while at the same time ensuring that the vast majority of Canadian households get more money back than they spend on this mechanism. The former leader of the BC Green Party has said that the tax and dividend approach is the, quote, gold standard of pricing policies, and Canada should be praised for this innovative approach. And while this plan provides the blueprint, we need Bill C-12 to ensure it is followed by the current government, as well as to ensure that future governments are held to account as well. And I hope that my colleagues across this House see likewise and will be supporting this to get to the committee stage. With that said, Bill C-12 is not perfect. There are always ways that it can be strengthened, and I hope that at the Environment Committee, the following areas will be looked at. I believe that the progress reporting in this bill needs to be sooner, so that Canadians can judge and be confident that our government is on track and on the appropriate arc to reach both our 2030 greenhouse gas reduction goals, as well as setting us on a realistic path to get to net zero by 2050. I think this can be done 3 or 4 years earlier on top of the other reporting obligations, which will be taking place in the meantime. In addition, I don't think we need to limit ourselves by setting only 5-year in advance emissions reduction targets. We must ensure that both the government, the private sector, and Canadians writ large have a clear medium-term picture on where we're going so that the actions and investments are made now that will help us get there. In this respect, I believe we can set targets for 10 years in advance at the same time we're making the targets for 5 years in advance. And to give an example of what this would mean, a 10-year plan would allow for the planning and construction of provincial electricity interties that could connect the BC and Alberta electricity grids to support Alberta to transition away from fossil fuel emitting electricity with stable baseload power from BC, while Alberta invests in renewable electricity, where Alberta has some of the greatest Canada leading potential in this space. And Canada's action on climate change alone won't solve our global crisis, but we have a strong moral, scientific, and economic reason to play our part. We are not a first mover in the space, and we can learn from the efforts of our counterparts in bringing in legislation while fitting it to a particular context that we have here in Canada. And this bill and our climate plan will ensure Canada won't be left behind by our international counterparts in the massive $2.6 trillion a year opportunity in the green economy. And achieving our targets is not something that can be accomplished by the Government of Canada alone, as by virtue of our federal structure, the federal government does not hold all of the levers on emissions actions. We need all orders of government playing part. BC has put forth a strong plan with the Clean BC plan, and I'm fortunate to have municipalities within my riding taking a leadership role, including with the District of Squamish directly intervening in the Supreme Court of Canada case on the constitutionality of the federal backstop price on pollution. We need municipalities on board because half of our emissions come from within municipal boundaries. But we also need to be there in partnership with them as they often face the biggest costs in adaptation. And so I'll conclude today by asking my colleagues to support Bill C-12, arguably our most important piece of climate legislation in a decade, to get to committee. The measures I've identified in my speech are potential amendments, and I know my colleagues have identified others, which we can make to make this important legislation even better. We let one party's intransigence on climate action derail our country for a decade before. Let's not make that same mistake again. Let's deliver the climate action that the vast majority of Canadians want to see, and let's pass climate accountability legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the broad perspective of the individual's speech to us today. Thank you very much. I have 4 questions all around the 15-member outside advisory board. Just very quickly, have those participants already been approached? What is the time frame of serving on that advisory board for organizations and or individuals? Who is the advisory board accountable to within Parliament? And what is the role it is playing in requiring the Minister of Environment to table plans? I would appreciate having a far broader perspective on the role of that advisory panel. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the important questions. Maybe I don't know if I'll be able to get to all 4 of them, but what I will mention is that this Net Zero Advisory Body has already been established. There's 14 members that have been appointed to this Net Zero Advisory Body already. This advisory body is going to play a key role in helping both engage with the public and inform the type of actions that the government can and should take, could potentially inform some sectoral strategies that it can take, and it needs to submit annual reports to the minister, which the minister must then publicly respond to. So those are annual reports that will be happening each year that this body has been established and in force. And I think it's going to play a very, very critical role in ensuring that we have accountability and we're informed by the best science. And I'd be happy to talk to the member opposite some more about how that can take place.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. We notice that in this bill, well, in the speech from the throne, there was talk of reaching Paris Agreement targets for 2030, but these objectives from the Paris Agreement are not in this bill. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say.
Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. I believe that we share a passion for the importance of our country having strong climate change policy now and always.
To his question, as part of this legislation, the government needs to bring forward a plan to meet the 2030 targets within 6 months of it passing. And recently, the government has committed to bringing forth a new 2030 target by the April 22nd Climate Leaders Summit, which is going to be hosted by the U.S. And so this will be an important time to first set that target, and then, of course, 6 months hence, the plan to meet that new target will have to be made as required by this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech and his sincerity on this issue. I know we're both very interested and concerned in the climate issue. I also know that he's familiar with the call for a 2025, not just an interim progress report, but a 2025 milestone target. And that this is really important to hold the government accountable. After all, 2025 is not 5 years, it's 10 years since the Liberals first took government and started working on climate change. And I'm wondering if he can explain to me, because I still don't understand the reluctance to put that interim milestone target in place to ensure accountability leading to 2030.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, just under a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be quick. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his important question and his leadership in this space as well, both before and during in Parliament. I think what's important to show here is that we're on the right track to get to our 2030 targets, and we're going to be on a clear path to get to net zero by 2030. Or by 2050 rather. 2030 is the target date that the Paris Climate Accord has. It's the dates that the countries are using to ensure we're on the right track. And I think part of the challenges of establishing a 2025 target is we'd first have to negotiate with the provinces and territories, First Nations, and many others. We then might be prioritizing short-term actions to reach those 2025 targets. And I think what we really need to be focused on are some of the major systemic changes that are going to lead to the deep emissions reductions that we need to make by 2030 and to set us on a path by 2050. And I mentioned in my speech the potential for grid interties. There's a huge opportunity there within Canada, across the borders. And I think those are the big projects we need to undertake now that might not pay off by 2025.
I'm sorry, the time is up. The point of order, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country may have inadvertently just misled the House by misstating what's in the Paris Agreement. It very clearly refers to 2025 as a key year for us in.
Unfortunately, that is a point of debate, so the honourable member may want to raise the issue during questions and comments. The reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to rise today to speak on C12. The environmental question is something that concerns me, that worries me. My political party is in favor of the principles found in C12, but unfortunately, things don't go far enough. The government is not ambitious with this bill. I'd like to underscore something that seems essential to me. All states that are concerned about the environment adopt laws that will set targets, and these targets are absent from C12. A political party has tabled C12, Bill C12, or rather C215. It's the MP from Avignon, La Métis, Matapédia, that does indeed contain these targets. So if we distinguish between C12 and C215, we realize quickly that in C12, there's nothing that would make the government accountable. Accountable to reach these net zero targets. And in fact, there's nothing that would even make future governments accountable for their actions. Yet that would have been necessary in this bill. When it comes to targets, we have no requirements. I find it strange that in Bill C12, there's nothing but intentions. I'm full of good intentions, Madam Speaker. I'd like to lose weight. That's something I intend to do, but I don't do it. You need to have targets that are achievable. You need, at the very least, targets in C12, and that would be a 30% reduction by 2030. Apart from these essential elements, there's no control mechanism that would indicate to the government if the targets have been met. That is net zero targets. That's not in the bill. In the bill that this political party has tabled. So it doesn't go far enough. Now, I've thought about this. What could push the government to be so uncommitted about these targets? When it comes to the environment, I think the thorny question is that you have to promote the environment and the economy. The Brundtland report mentions this. There's the notion of sustainable development, and that was the first time that the idea of combining the economy and the environment was promoted. I think there's still a lot of work to be done by the Government of Canada in this respect. There's another challenge that often arises, how to overcome national egotism. Often I hear the conservatives say, well, the Chinese are worse, or the Americans are worse than us.
how can you overcome then this national pride and help the environment and the economy? So I'm getting with these questions to the root of the problem. The problem is oil. That's the problem in Canada. Why? Because the Canadian economy is entirely designed and conceived to work around the oil industry. And there are a lot of there's a lot of national pride in this industry. The Quebec government and Norway, however, are not based, Norwegian government do not have economies based on fossil fuels. So there's a lot of work to be done by the Liberal and the Conservative governments in this respect. The future of the Canadian economy cannot be found in hydrocarbons. Let's talk about the forest industry. At the Natural Resources Committee, we received the Maine forestry representatives. They told us that this sector is the most promising for fighting greenhouse gas emissions. You have to be a good steward of this resource, but forests are carbon wells, allow us to capture carbon. Forests, if they are not harvested, will be eaten up by insects or burnt, and the carbon will be released. You need to, therefore, fully make use of this natural resource, something the government hasn't done. Let me give you an example of what I mean, and I've been saying it again and again. In the construction industry, if one cubic meter of steel were replaced by wood, you'd save 1.2 to 2.1 tons of carbon. Why do I say this? Because, yes, wood can be used in construction, but there are many other uses for wood. With what we call the bioeconomy, we can replace all oil-based products to generate plastics, even to generate medical equipment that we were short of during this pandemic. You can use wood pulp to make masks, and that has already been done. That was done in only a few weeks' time. Masks can be molded from wood pulp to replace the famous N95 masks that we were so short of during this crisis. If the federal government wants to reach targets, well, first of all, it has to set them. And then there are environmentally healthy measures that can be adopted. For example, if the government's purchasing agreements could make mention of these environmentally friendly measures, and that would help us support the forest industry. Another essential element when I'm talking about national pride or self-centeredness and the importance of combining the environment and the economy. If we look at the period from 2017 to 2020, the government, the federal government, that is, invested $24 billion in hydrocarbons. That money, or $17 billion of that money, was used to nationalize the Trans Mountain Pipeline. So the government, at the same time, in the forest industry, invested only $950 million. And of this $950 million, $175 million for Quebec, 75% of that money was actually loans. It wasn't direct investment in the forest industry. So clearly, there is a double standard here. And as long as we continue to maintain this double standard, putting hydrocarbons before of other net zero technologies, we'll have the same problems. And I don't want to accuse anyone of being badly intended, but this could perhaps explain the lack of ambition of the federal government when it comes to greenhouse gas targets, reduction targets, that is. Yet, we have a solution. We have a sector that could allow us to take care of our economy and take care of our environment, the forestry industry. Everyone says this. Everyone understands that there's a strong potential there, but the Government of Canada has never taken this solution to heart and never truly invested in this solution.
Another solution we're putting forward is making transit electric. The government said that it does intend to do that, and it is one aspect of its recovery plan. If I was of bad faith, though, I would say that would be focused on Ontario, and that would give Ontario more credits, more money to buy electric vehicles. Still, it would be a good thing, and Ontario could turn to Quebec for technology, for hydroelectric technologies. We're very advanced. So making transit electric is a possibility. Apologies, but your time is up. The honourable member has 5 minutes for questions and answers.
For Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed that he said there's not a whole lot to this. Well, it's full of good intentions, but just a map with an end goal and no route described. And I think he would possibly agree with me. Why would there need to be anything if this is being put in the hands of an outside advisory board that already has been established without any input before even coming before this House for debate, and to inform the government of direction to go, not to recommend, but to inform and require the energy minister to respond to that board's annual reports when the minister of the environment, not the energy minister, the environment minister, is responsible to the House of Commons and to Parliament. There's no accountability here to parliamentarians from the energy and environment minister or this board. Is that a concern to him?
Pierre.
The member for Jonquière. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, rather. I understand my colleagues' concerns because too often when it comes to climate change and the fight against climate change, some politicians would prefer to make political gains, so they might favor some sectors which are not good for the environment rather than setting targets. So if we have an independent body which would formulate neutral recommendations or targets, that would help our job as legislators. On that point, I would just like to say that the Conservatives have received a lot of bad press when it comes to their stand on carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is a tool which could help us fight against emissions, yet the Conservatives have misrepresented what carbon pricing is. It would be a good thing for politicians to set aside partisanship and to focus on the issues we truly need to solve and to listen to science. Unfortunately, I don't think C12 will help us in that regard.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a very informed speech. I've had the honour to represent the people of Vancouver Kingsway for some 12 years, and so that means I remember when Stéphane Dion was the environment minister, and of course he famously named his dog Kyoto. And I can't tell you how many different iterations of reducing carbon by so much by such a time I've seen. All I can tell you is that Canada's carbon emissions have gone up every single year that I've been in Parliament. It seems to me that we need legislated targets if we're going to meet our Paris Accord commitments. And I'm just wondering what my honourable colleague thinks of that. Should we set targets that are enforced by law with annual reports to Parliament so we can measure how we are progressing towards those targets as a means of dealing with the existential threat of climate change?
The member for Jonquière. Yes, absolutely. In fact, my party tabled a bill with those types of targets and that kind of approach. The Montreal Protocol, whose target was to help address the ozone holes, went into that direction. But you need political will. You need political courage. And we're only going to see that when the government of Canada is going to be able to stand up to the oil and gas sector.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will try to make my points in French. I completely agree with my colleague for Jonquière, so thank you to him. In the words of Greta Thunberg, net zero by 2050 is
2050 is surrender. We have to have a first milestone year in 2025. His comments.
Une brève réponse, député de Jonquière.
A brief response, please. The member for Jonquière. Well, I completely agree with that, and I would like to thank my colleague who's very kind and always makes an effort to speak French as opposed to some other people, and I completely agree with her. There's a saying which goes, courage, courage, and even more courage. And courage or audacity, I believe, is lacking in this federal government. I don't see it. There is an unfortunate consensus. A little earlier, I said there are two main issues, how to connect the environment and the economy. And the second issue is how to look outwards and not only inwards. For us, the key is obvious. We have to transition from an oil-based economy here in Canada. And as long as that doesn't happen, apologies, I was looking for a brief answer because your time is up. I tried to give you as much time as I could. Resuming debate, the member for Davenport.
Doesn't have her mic on.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an absolute honor for me to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport on C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. Other than the very legitimate concerns around COVID-19, which has been the top issue for my constituents over the past year, I could tell you the main other thing that they've written to me about has been around climate action and green recovery. They want to know, and they want to make sure that, and they've been really pushing me, they want to make sure that our federal government will not only meet our Paris Accord targets and achieve net zero by 2050, but that as we are coming out of COVID-19, as we're restarting our economy, that we continue to commit ourselves to a green recovery and a carbon neutral future. So, Madam Speaker, as we look at this bill, it's important to understand its scope and what it actually sets out to do. And we also need to consider in the context of the things our government is already doing to lower emissions and the many challenges that are still in front of us. As well, it's important to recognize that it is only one part, albeit an extraordinarily key part of our government's climate action strategy. For years, I know many, many others have urged our government to present a clear, credible, transparent climate plan to show Canadians exactly how our government intends to meet our Paris Accord targets. That's been a very direct ask by many environmentalists and just many in general from the Davenport community. So I will tell you, Madam Speaker, I was absolutely delighted when in mid-December, our Minister of Environment and Climate Change presented a plan. It was put into a report called A Healthy Environment and Healthy Economy, and it basically outlined a number of policy changes that is going to get us way past our original 2030 targets. So I know it lays out a number of things in terms of our plan to cut emissions across a number of different sectors in our homes and transportation systems, industry and natural spaces. I know that it talks a lot about our price and pollution and our plan to increase it and provide incentives around that, as well as corresponding how we're going to be helping to increase the climate rebates that Canadian families are receiving to cover their costs and to invest in reducing emissions. Anyways, I could go on, but I will tell you that to me, I'm very proud of this report. I'm very proud that it presents a plan, and I really encourage everybody to read it. And what Bill C-12 does is that it ensures that we are going to ensure that we are meeting our target. So what exactly does it do? The bill, as it's written right now, is it sets out that national targets and plans for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada be put in place with the objective of obtaining net zero emissions by 2050. The Act requires the tabling and publication of targets and plans and progress reports and assessment reports. The bill also stipulates the content of milestone plans. And in the event of a failure to achieve a target, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change have to publicly explain why this is. There's also a number of other mechanisms around accountability for the Commissioner of Environment of Sustainable Development, and also to be supported by the Office of the Auditor General. And so I'm really pleased that we've laid this all out, and I think it's important for us to do that, and I'm really pleased that that's included in Bill C-12. I'll also mention that our first target that we have is 2030, but there's also subsequent milestone years in 2035, 2040, 2045. And that targets have to be set and an emissions reductions plan established at least 5 years in advance of each of the subsequent milestone year. So that's basically it in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, and I know we've heard a lot about that over the last few speeches. I also want to mention, Madam Speaker, and I think it's important for us to sort of articulate that we have spent, since we were elected in late 2015, we have done a lot to protect our environment and to lower our emissions. We've put a price on pollution. We've invested over $60 billion to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help Canadians adapt to climate change, primarily through investments in clean technology and infrastructure. We have also started taking some urgent action to ban single-use plastics. I know we're well on our way to protecting 25% of our land and water by 2025. And as my very honorable colleague, the member for Beaches East York, mentioned to the House late last year when he was speaking on this bill as well. He indicated that our government's actions between 2016 and 2019 have already put Canada on the path to reducing 2030 emissions by 25%, or 227 million tons, which is more than any Canadian government in history has done to date. The Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, Madam Speaker, is an important step forward, and I know that it has been lauded by a number of groups, including groups like Greenpeace, who's called it an important step towards holding governments accountable for meeting science-based climate targets. And I was also pleased to see that the Business Council of Canada also lauded it, saying that clear guidelines, a predictable policy framework, and a supportive investment environment will help businesses get to net zero faster. Now, while Bill C-12 is an excellent bill, Davenport residents have been calling me for the last little while to indicate, well, there might be some ways that we could improve on Bill C-12. And so I've had a number of meetings with amazing groups called Just Earth, Fridays for Future, Lead Now, the Seniors for Climate Action Now. So a number of really amazing groups who have been talking to me, and they have really advocated for us to really have a stronger emissions target by 2030 of at least 45%, with frequent progress reports over the next 10 years. I know that they really want to make sure that that as strong as possible the accountability mechanisms and the support for offices like the Environment Commissioner and the Office of the Auditor General is locked in place. And I know they've also indicated that they would love to see that the Advisory Council and their recommendations are fully public and fully transparent. And those are just among some of the very important changes or recommendations that they have suggested that could improve Bill C-12. And I want to make sure I put that on the record. The other thing I want to mention to you, Madam Speaker, because it's so important for people in my riding of Davenport is, and while it's not directly relevant to what's in front of us, the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, and to do so as quickly as possible. I know that this is something that was articulated to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. He did a virtual town hall with my riding of Davenport residents, and he's very clearly indicated to us that he is working on this, and I really am so grateful to him and his unbelievable team for their hard work. I also want to mention, Madam Speaker, that in our fall economic statement, we've also also reaffirmed quite a few investments that's going to ensure that we do reduce our emissions, that we do get ourselves on track to exceeding our 2030 targets and meeting our net zero target of 2050. We talked about a historic $14.9 billion investment of federal funding in public transit. We talked about a huge investment of almost $3 billion to help homeowners make their homes more energy efficient. We've talked about planting over 2 billion trees to fight climate change, and I know we made an announcement around that via our Minister of Natural Resources. I know that we have committed to over almost $1 billion to restore degraded ecosystems and protect wildlife and improve land and resource management practices. So this, among many other things, Madam Speaker. And I had mentioned to you earlier that Davenport residents unequivocally have indicated to me that this continues to be something that's top of mind for them. And I will want to say to you, and I'll read out something from Natalie Zed, who says the following: I understand that decisions are being made in cabinet right now and in the Liberal government about how to invest over $100 billion in a green recovery and beyond. I'm writing with everything I have to ask you to do whatever you can for the approval of that investment. COVID is a minor problem compared to what climate change is already bringing, and we have only seen the beginning of it. We're in the midst of a civilization crisis and collapse, and it's super important for us to be focused on this. So, Madam Speaker, I want to close by saying how proud I am of the Healthy Environment and Healthy Economy Plan, and I'm also very proud of this bill that, if passed, will set out the legally binding 5-year milestones and set in stone our emissions reductions plan. In the end, climate change is not a Liberal or Conservative or Green Party or Bloc Québécois or NDP issue. It's a federal issue, and all parties across all levels of government must do their part to urgently tackle climate change. Our future and our current and future generations are depending on us to take urgent action now. We can't wait any longer. No more words, Madam Speaker. It's all about action now. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this bill. I urge all of my colleagues in this House to move for the speedy passage of this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for her speech. Now, we all know that part of the Liberals' plan for climate change to tackle it is the clean fuel standard. In the Gazette edition for December 19th of last year, in the household and gender-based analysis impact study that was done, it says, and I'm quoting from the Gazette here, that it is expected that increases in transportation, fuel, and home heating expenses would disproportionately impact lower and middle-income households. It also goes on to say that single mothers are more likely to live in lower income households and may be more vulnerable to energy poverty and adverse impacts from increases to transportation and home heating prices. So I'm just wondering, to the member, through you, Madam Chair, is she explaining to single mothers in her riding that they're going to drive the costs for them up by introducing measures like the clean fuel standard, but also the carbon tax that goes up to $170 a ton by 2030, as she indicated?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I think it's an important one. I think the cost of living is top of mind for all Canadians right now. So I'll mention 3 things. One is the fact that President Biden has talked to our Prime Minister and has made clean fuel standard a priority. I think it's something that both of our countries are going to be working very hard on, and I think that bodes well for us making things affordable in terms of transportation moving forward. So that's 1. 2, I've already mentioned the historic amount of investment in public transit that we are making and continue to make. And I think that will continue to make it affordable for income levels right across this country. And the last thing I'll mention to you is we are increasing our climate change incentive over the years, and I think that will also be supporting our families as we are pushing very aggressively to meet our emissions targets. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. C-12 is obviously an essential bill, and it's not just me saying so, but we have to go further. It's not ambitious enough. And again, it's not me saying this. It's mothers, grandmothers, and aunts from Mère au Front organization. They say this isn't bold enough. I talked about the lack of transparency, the minister evaluating himself and reporting on his own progress, and that the targets aren't bold enough and they're too far off. They're in 2050 instead of 2025 or 2030 instead of 2025. So it's not happening fast enough. And we are able to give ourselves more objective targets for the betterment of the planet. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent question. I'll mention a few things. I do believe that this is a very bold plan, and I also mentioned the healthy environment plan that also came out in mid-December that I think did a great job of outlining how it is that we're going to meet our emissions target from a policy perspective and how we're going to be investing. I will say to you, and because I heard this from Davenport residents as well, they're like, we want our targets in 2025 first. I will say to you that my understanding from the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is it's very difficult for us to do at this point in time, but I do believe that we are considering and we're looking at, or we're open to looking at, doing progress reports between now and 2028, which is when I think we currently have specified the first time that we will do progress reports on our emissions target. So I think that it's very important for us to continue to try to improve, to try to be as accountable and transparent as possible, and to be as aggressive as possible as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm certainly hopeful that the member for Davenport shows that leadership within her own caucus to push the government towards that 2025 target, as we know that's so important. Interestingly, though, I wanted to ask her, I was meeting with the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, and they are putting forward their Delivering Community Power Plan. This calls for the federal government to transition Canada Post fleet to 100% renewable energy vehicles, retrofitting all Canada Post buildings to be more energy efficient, and so much more. And I'm wondering if she could talk about the support of Delivering Community Power Plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief answer from the member for Davenport.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate that question. Many people don't know this, but I'm actually the daughter of a Canada Post worker, someone who worked at Canada Post for almost 30 years. Here's what I would say in short, because I know we have to end, is I think we all play a role at every level of government across all of our different sectors to reduce our emissions. And I do think it's important for us all to be making those investments and to do all we can to play a part in meeting our 2050 net zero targets. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy this evening to join with you to discuss Bill C-12, the Environmental Accountability and Transparency Act, in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. So we're debating this in the House, and I'm happy to speak to this. I've always been interested in environmental issues. I'm always fascinated to hear Bloc members trying to demonize the Conservatives. It's as if they would have everyone believe that we Conservatives are not as concerned about the environment as all Canadians. And I think there's a big difference between the big difference is that we're pragmatic. We want to take concrete steps. We don't want to get involved in far-fetched ideas that are impossible to accomplish. And I know what I'm talking about because I was a mayor in the past, the mayor of Victoriaville. And people know Victoriaville as the cradle of sustainable development because of all the projects we had. And if you think about recycling, the first city in Quebec that implemented recycling bins and composting. So big cities sometimes lecture us, but the fact is that this started over 20 years ago in the regions. So we took action instead of just talking, instead of just delivering empty rhetoric like the Liberal Party. So net zero by 2050. That's the Liberal plan, but they have no targets, and they haven't even managed to deliver for 2030 what was in the Paris Agreement, what the Conservatives agreed to, and the Liberals just copied our targets. So after 5 years of Liberal government, every year, listen to this, Madam Speaker, every year we're getting further and further away from the targets that were already established. And this Liberal government would have us believe that by 2050 everything's going to be hunky-dory when they can't even reach the 2030 targets. We're getting further and further away from them all the time. So they've taken all kinds of different positions. They scrapped the public transit tax credit that we had brought in, and they would have you believe that they made historic investments in public transit. But when? Only starting in 2026. So not even under this term of office, it'll be the next government. So obviously this government is not taking responsibility. It's not assuming responsibility for difficult decisions. They're all down the road. They talked about planting 2 billion trees over the next 10 years, and yet in every budget, we see no money being earmarked for this and no trees planted. So once again, it's all nice promises that never materialize. No concrete steps are taken out there to back up how serious they are about these things. A couple of weeks ago, the NDP and the Bloc and the Greens can confirm that the Conservatives tabled a motion to stop exporting our garbage to other countries, and that Canada should deal with its own garbage and do more recycling and so on, and make the public more aware, and perhaps reduce consumption, because that would be a great starting point. If you consume less, then you have less waste to deal with. The only party that voted against that motion, the Conservative Party motion, was the Liberal Party. And why? Because the Conservatives tabled it, so to the Liberals' mind, it couldn't be a good idea. And yet the Bloc, the NDP, the Greens, and the Independents all voted with us. So this Liberal Party talks a lot, delivers nothing, and once again, we can see with this bill, there are no targets, no binding measures. Everything's pushed down the road to later. But we know what needs doing. You have to invest in innovation and research. We have to find new ways of replacing our petroleum-based products, but we still need the oil. So attacking jobs in specific provinces, that's no way of going about this. Confrontation is not going to lead to consensus. We need consensus to make these changes. So we shouldn't vilify our own natural resources, which create wealth for our country and help pay for social programs and help balance budgets. But the Liberals, that's no problem for them. They think budgets balance themselves. But consuming natural resources from other countries like we're doing now isn't going to solve our problems either. This is a false debate. We should be working with our natural resources industries to achieve net zero. And anyway, the big oil companies, the big car companies, they're already on board. They're already striving for net zero. They've made official statements. They've said they're willing to work with governments. So the government should not be opposing these industries and fighting them. They're willing to work with us. So let's get the Liberals need to stop sticking their heads in the sand. They have to stop treating Canadians like they're gullible. Often people have no alternatives to replace these natural resources. So this government has never demonstrated anything other than its ability to talk. And as people say, you have to walk the talk. Everybody knows that expression. It's time the Liberals took action so that we can all together work on combating climate change in Canada and in the rest of the world. This is a necessary objective. We all know it. We all want to get there together. Canadians, at any rate, Quebecers, recognize the importance of environmental protection and protecting our natural spaces. This is an issue that our party agrees with. Our leader agrees with this. In our latest platform on the environment, many of our things were the same as what the Green Party proposes. Yes, the same as the Green Party's platform. So we agree on a number of things. We should all work together in that direction. The Conservative Party dealt with acid rain. I heard my Bloc colleague saying earlier that under their leadership, they were able to combat that. Well, actually, it was under Brian Mulroney's government, under his world leadership, that we managed to finally get rid of the acid rain problem. We worked together. We didn't undermine employment. We didn't go after jobs. We took intelligent steps and got everyone rallied around the same cause. So it was a Conservative government that shepherded that change. Same thing for protecting our national parks. The things we've done, those are things we can keep doing, but we have to work together. We have to keep moving forward. And I've seen this. I can speak to it personally as a former mayor of Victoriaville. People don't want binding measures. We never brought in anything binding that would cost money for change. We worked on education, awareness raising. We worked on information. We worked with young people to help convince older people that they needed to change their habits. We were in constructive mode instead of combative mode, like the Liberal government is doing, fighting the provinces and so on. The Prime Minister was elected by the same people who elected the rest of us in many senses. So premiers and provincial governments, they're also making a lot of effort, but they have economic issues, they have employment issues to deal with too, and we should stop pitting levels of government against one another. I know that there's issues with pipelines, but the fact is that we do have pipelines and that they are one of the safest, most economical ways of transporting our natural resources all across the country. And that supports employment and good programs. Those revenues go into paying for a lot of our social safety net. So why not make that a part of our transition towards so-called cleaner energies, green energies? In Quebec, we're fortunate. We have a lot of hydro, but that's not the case everywhere. We'll have to move on to questions and comments.
Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference, and I thought it was quite an amazing reference, saying, in essence, action speaks louder than words. And he talked about not exporting garbage. And in fact, that's the reality of what Stephen Harper did when he was Prime Minister and shipped containers of garbage given a private company to the Philippines. And it became a political issue because the Harper regime wasn't able to deal with it, and we're the ones that cleaned up that mess that the Harper administration put in. So I'd like to do that comparison, but the real question I have for the member is there's been a lot of confusion in terms of where are the Conservatives going to lie on the price on pollution in the next election. We understand that their current leader is having some second thoughts. Can he clearly indicate, does the Conservative Party support a price on pollution?
Député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabasca. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always surprised when I hear a Liberal telling stories about previous governments who did things in specific situations. So that's this government. When something's going wrong, it's always Mr. Harper's fault or some former Conservative government's fault. But when things are going well, they take all the credit. So a few weeks ago, there was bill brought forward by the Conservative Party. Sorry, I said Conservative government, but that's just a reflection of how anxious we are to form government again. But we brought a motion to put an end to shipping Canada's garbage abroad. So I don't know why this member wants to talk about things that go back 7, 8, 9 years when we're here today. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is really quite a debate we're having today. My colleague says people shouldn't be bringing up old stories, but he mentioned Brian Mulroney way back in '88, so it makes me laugh a bit to say we shouldn't be talking about old times when he brought up an example from old times himself. So the Liberals are not delivering on the environment. On that, we all agree. There's a consensus. But my colleague said something in his speech. He said we must absolutely use R&D to replace petroleum-based products. And in the same sentence, he said, but we still need oil. So you can see the Conservatives are speaking out of both sides of their mouth. The same thing with C216. Earlier, some of them voted against the supply management protection and some voted for it, of a small minority. But my question for my honourable colleague is, what did they do from 2006 to 2015 on the environment? The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. I'd like to excuse my colleague, that's quite an ideological question. When I mentioned Brian Mulroney, I was just trying to refute the argument that we never did anything for the environment. I'm not saying that we can't look to the past to prepare for the future, but decisions are being made today, and this government is not making the decisions it should be making. So I said, yes, we need to prepare for the future. We need to invest in research and development, but I didn't say I was in favor. I didn't say that oil was the be-all and end-all and the solution to everything. So one last question.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. On the trash issue, it's interesting the Liberals still have not paid compensation to Philippines, and they're negotiating loopholes with the U.S. that would still allow for trash to be sent to third world countries. So I think that should go on the record. But my question, my honourable colleague, he talked about the Conservatives and their position on the environment. Well, I was in this House when Prime Minister Harper called climate change a socialist plot, when the Conservatives pulled Canada out of the Kyoto Accord. And when the Conservatives have consistently wanted to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, which we all know is one of the leading causes of carbon emissions, and that we're going to have to contain if we really have a serious chance at dealing with climate change, how does he respond to the Conservatives' terrible record on climate change?
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Briefly. I can't get over it. Again, the Liberal member was bringing up Stephen Harper again. And it was under the Conservative government that greenhouse gas emissions went down. The stats show that.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to rise today to speak to this issue in the House. And I wanted to start, first of all, by going back through a little bit of history. And I want to go back to the 80s when I was growing up. And in the 80s, the big issue was the ozone layer. There was talk about the fact that it was thinning, that there were holes in it, there was going to be sun's rays were going to be getting in and causing damage. And Prime Minister Brian Mulroney at the time, he got together with some other countries. He brought 24 countries together, and they were actually able to create the Montreal Protocol in 1987. And that actually put the wheels in motion to solve this problem. He worked with Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher. And now, if you look at the Government of Canada website, you'll see that ozone-depleting substances are decreasing. And it says that the ozone will be back to its normal state by 2050. Around the same time, acid rain was another problem. There was literally acid falling from the sky. It was causing health problems, and it was also causing problems with the vegetation. And so what happened there was that, again, Brian Mulroney was able to work with the U.S. president, and they made an agreement, an air quality agreement, and that reduced the pollution that causes acid rain. And today you don't hear anything about acid rain because that problem has been solved. During the time from Mulroney through Prime Minister Harper, there were 10 different national parks created, including Rouge River Park in Toronto. And of course, in 2015, Prime Minister Stephen Harper set the greenhouse gas reduction targets to be 30% below the 2005 levels to be achieved by 2030. And so the common thread in all of these environmental successes is conservative leadership. In 2008, in fact, the corporate Knights actually named Brian Mulroney the greenest prime minister ever. And of course, today, Harper's targets haven't even been achieved by the Liberals, and even though 5 years of running the country, they haven't been able to move towards that, and they're still many, many points away from hitting the targets that were set back then. So I'll take no lessons from the Liberal government on environmental issues, because you can brag about things when you've actually accomplished something for the environment. Now, what we need here is a made-in-Canada solution. I'm a tall person, and that means I'm good at certain things and not so good at some other things. For example, when a light bulb needs to be changed in our house, I'm good at that. My wife is a shorter person, and so when she needs something off of a top shelf, I'm very good at that. And the point is that we all have strengths and we all have weaknesses, and that's true for countries also. Countries have strengths and countries have weaknesses. And what we always tell our kids is that you can't become something that you're not. You have to be proud of who you are, and you have to use the skills and the talents that you have to contribute to the world. And so for Canada, it's a challenge because we have higher greenhouse gas output per capita than lots of other countries. But there's reasons for that. Canada's a very big country. We have to, when a truck needs to move from Saskatoon to Nova Scotia, that's a long distance. There's a lot of energy required to do that. Flying across our country takes a lot of energy. Canada's cold. We have to heat our homes. If we don't heat our homes, people will literally die. And so it's something that we just have to do. We also produce lots and lots of resources and lots of food, and those are very energy-intensive industries. It requires a lot of energy to produce that. So we shouldn't feel bad about that. That's who we are, and we should be proud of that. And we should find ways, and we do find ways all the time, to utilize the skills that we have to make the world a better place. And of course, this also translates into strengths. Our resource sector is a huge strength. And we can use those strengths to help the world. And we all know that, first of all, Canada has significant quantities of those resources, of all the different types of minerals, of forestry and agriculture resources. We have lots of quantities that we can help the world with. We also have the best ethical and human rights records and laws in the world. We have the highest labor standards of anywhere. We also have very high environmental standards. And all of these things then make our Canadian resources the best in the world. We also used to have a very stable market-based economy. And once the Conservatives come back into power, we will actually make sure that we get back to that stable market-based economy that Canada is so used to. We have a lot of technology to offer the world. We have carbon capture and storage. In my home province, that's a skill that we've developed, that we lead the world in that. Canada leads the world in nuclear power. In our agriculture sector, we have all kinds of advances there. I worked at a company for many years that perfected zero tillage, and it's a way of farming using less resources, keeping more carbon in the ground, and making agriculture more efficient. And these are things that we have not only developed in Canada, but we have exported all around the world to help others in the world deal with that. And of course, our oil and gas industry produces significant finances for our country. We are the fourth largest producer in the world. We employ hundreds of thousands of people and billions of dollars that comes back to our economy and to our governments through the oil and gas industry. So the challenge is to preserve our environment without sacrificing the jobs in our economy. So this legislation, the Net Zero Bill C-12, I like it. I think the reason that I like it is that it, to me, is a made-in-Canada solution to greenhouse gas emissions. It's far better than a carbon tax, in my view. Carbon tax penalizes farmers, it penalizes business owners, it penalizes people that are heating their homes. All of these people get penalized through carbon tax, and carbon tax doesn't reduce demand unless the amount of the tax goes way, way up. And of course, we know that the government is planning to increase it to $170 a ton, but that isn't enough to actually make a significant difference in the consumption. And carbon tax is based on a fundamental assumption that there are one of two possible outcomes. First outcome is that things stay status quo, they remain as they are, greenhouse gases continue to rise, and that causes trouble in our environment. The other outcome, though, it assumes, is that we have to make drastic changes to our lifestyle. We have to turn our temperature from 21 down to 15, or we have to get rid of anything that uses fuel. We have to just make drastic changes in our lifestyle. And it looks at those are the two options that we have. But I would suggest there's a third option. Our Canadians are very resilient, very creative, very smart. And I got a couple of examples that I want to share with you. In Saskatchewan, there's a company called Gibson Energy. This is a company that recently expanded their production capacity by 25% with zero increase in the greenhouse gases that go with it. So they found a way to increase production and yet keep greenhouse gases the same. Right next door to my province in Alberta, there's another company called Enhance Energy, and what they do is they capture carbon from the Sturgeon refinery and from the nutrient fertilizer facility, and they transport that carbon and sequester it underground in old wells. And so far, in less than 10 years, they've sequestered enough carbon that is the equivalent of 350,000 cars, taking them off the road. So that's a significant improvement and a significant accomplishment. And what's even better, Madam Speaker, is that we can take this technology and this knowledge that we have, and we can actually export it around the world. So we have our portion of greenhouse gases that we can affect here in Canada, but if we can take our technology and leverage that by sending it around the world, we can actually punch above our weight. We can actually reduce greenhouse gases or help the rest of the world, and we can achieve even a better result than just what we can on our own. So we can have a significant impact in the world. We can punch above our weight. And that's what Canadians are. Canadians are resilient. Canadians are very smart. Canadian companies are very creative. And that's where we can really make a significant difference. Now, as I end, I just want to come back to a question I get a lot, which is what would Conservatives do? And I can tell you two things that we would do for sure. Number one is we would get rid of the inefficient, economic killing carbon tax. And we would instead focus on made-in-Canada solutions, like the Gibson Energy example, like the Enhance Energy example. We would allow Canadians to innovate, to be creative, and to be able to make a real significant difference, not just in Canada, but all over the world, because as we export these ideas and share these ideas with the world, we will also make the world an overall better place and help everyone to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I've heard two Conservative members get up and talk about Brian Mulroney. This is not the Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney. This is a conglomerate of the old Reform and Alliance parties. If this Conservative Party had half the interest in doing something about climate change and global warming that Brian Mulroney did, they would be light years ahead of him. Let me read you a quote from Brian Mulroney as recently as 2019 in the National Post. Quote, "As difficult as a process may be to arrest and mitigate effects of global warming, the work cannot be left to the next fellow. The stakes are too high, the risks to our planet and the human species too grave." That's Brian Mulroney. I would be hard-pressed to get half the members of the Conservative Party to utter the words global warming in the context that it actually exists. Does this member really believe that this Conservative Party is the same as the old Progressive Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney and MPs like Flora MacDonald, who came from my riding?
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that you refer to not leaving things to the future. And when I look at the legislation that's before us, When does it start? When is the first review? When are the first requirements required? Are they going to even be impacted by the member opposite? Is he even still going to be in this House? If you look at the legislation, those requirements are way in the future. They will be. There will be probably 2 or 3 prime ministers by the time this House has to even deal with the consequences of that. So I don't take a whole lot of I don't get a whole lot of faith and warm feelings coming there. I think this Liberal government has done exactly that by punting this far into the future, so they will never have to deal with it.
L'honorable député de Mercier.
The honourable member for Masquinongé, you have 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I anticipate the day when we are actually debating and not campaigning for elections. Let's be constructive and talk about this bill. The MP in his statement said that we emit too many greenhouse gases because our country is very big. There's no need to be apologetic about it. We need to reduce them. Each country has its strengths, so we don't have to do anything. I'm glad. I hope I misunderstood that. Even investment societies are withdrawing their investments in the oil industry. Opinions are unanimous. This is not the time to start new oil development. We are truly in a transitional era. The honourable member for Saskatoon West can answer very quickly.
My colleague, and I just want to clarify, in no way am I saying that we shouldn't be trying to reduce greenhouse gases. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we have to look at it a little bit differently, and we can't compare ourselves to Bermuda or India or wherever. We need to create a made-in-Canada solution that not only reduces greenhouse gases, but is able to help the world. Thank you.
It being 6:52 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M18 concerning Irish Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mr. Maloney.
Resuming debate, the Honourable... Oui? Non, je l'ai pas. Ah, désolé, l'Honourable...
Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise today in this House to, of course, speak about my colleague's motion regarding Irish Heritage Month. To celebrate, then, the contribution of Irish immigrants and the Irish community in Quebec and in Canada as well. I feel it's my duty and my pride to speak about this. A few years ago, it was said in the newspapers that everybody in Quebec has some Irish blood. Apparently, even 40% of Quebecers have Irish blood. That just demonstrates how much the Irish have contributed to Quebec, and also the love of Quebecers for Ireland and for the Irish. All people who have contributed to Quebec's history. When my name is said here in the House, it's said properly. Of course, it's an English name, Gill. It's a Gaelic name in origin, and Gill means a stranger or foreigner. We're all somebody's stranger or foreigner until we all become a part of a common history. These Gaelic ancestors became English, then American, then Abenaki, and here I am today in the House with you. I'm very proud then to be able to speak about this heritage. As I've said, half of Quebecers, if not all of Quebecers, have Irish blood. It's a real love story between our populations, the Irish and Quebecers. It may not seem obvious. Of course, we don't have the same language. At the time in New France, before we even had Quebec, there were Irish immigrants who settled in Quebec and had families. Over the years, Quebecers have felt very close to their Irish citizens, fellow citizens. They share our religion, the Roman Catholic Church. And of course, there were many Irish workers. They were part of the working class. They shared common characteristics with the Quebec people, in other words. Now, I'm talking about times gone by. At the same time, Quebecers embrace others' cultures, others' lifestyle. By training, I'm a literature specialist. I'm interested in culture, architecture, and the Irish have had a strong presence in all of those fields in building Quebec's built heritage. I'm thinking of the Irish folklore as well, which is present in Quebec society. In fact, this Irish culture is so present in Quebec that we don't even call it Irish culture. It's part of Quebec culture and is much admired. I've spoken of traditions then. I should say that the Irish culture is part of our collective imagination. We can learn from this history. We can learn from the genealogy in Quebec. In fact, people we see around us every day may have Irish heritage. One of Quebec's best-known singers, Mary Travers, known as La Bolduc, was of Irish origin. And there's also Deborah Lynch White, a well-known Quebec actress. Two great women then who have made a mark on Quebec culture, have defined Quebec, and are well loved by Quebecers, rather. We've also had our share of Irish hockey teams, the Montreal Shamrocks. And in other circumstances, as I've mentioned, I'm the MP for Manicouagan. Well, let's talk about Mr. Mulrooney, who made his mark in politics, who came from Baie-Comeau in Quebec. He is another part of Quebec's heritage via Ireland. Perhaps in this House, I can quote one of the great Irishmen, one of our great Quebec poets in the beginning of the 20th century. He was well known. Often we quote this Quebec poet of Irish origin. I'm delighted to say that one of my ancestors, Charles Gill, was also a poet, a painter, and a friend of this famous Quebec poet, Émile Nelligan, one of Quebec's greatest poets. I'd like to quote him then because it's a genuine pleasure for me to say these words here in this House. I think these words fully support the motion, and I say them with love.
Sur des mers inconnues.
The member is reading a poem in French by Émile Nelligan.
Mais il vint une nuit frapper le grand écueil, dans l'océan trompeur où chantait la sirène, et le naufrage horrible inclina sa carène aux profondeurs du gouffre, immuable cercueil. Ce fut un vaisseau d'or, dont les flancs
The member is reading a poem in French by the poet Émile Nelligan.
Que reste-t-il de lui dans la tempête brève, qu'est devenu mon cœur, navire déserté? Hélas, il a sombré dans l'abîme du rêve. Alors, Madame la...
So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I am pleased to say that we will support this motion, and I would like to thank all the Irish people from yesterday, today, and tomorrow who are part of the people of Quebec. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying to get my notes up on the screen here. First off, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Etobicoke Lakeshore for tabling this motion to make March Irish Heritage Month. And secondly, I'll admit that I'm not Irish, or at least my claims on Irish heritage are weak. My mother's grandmother's family, the McCurdys, originated on the Isle of Bute in Scotland, but did flee to Ireland in the 1600s and lived there for about 100 years before they left for Nova Scotia. But other than that, my genealogical heritage is basically English and Scottish. Now, I've been to Ireland. I've drunk Guinness in Dublin. I've seen the green hills of Kildare and the beautiful barrens of County Clare. I have not kissed the Blarney Scone. When I was in Ireland, I had no plans to go into politics, so I didn't realize the benefits that Blarney might bring. Madam Speaker, from the early 1600s to the early 1900s, over 7 million Irish left their homeland for foreign shores. In the late 1800s alone, emigration cut Ireland's population in half, and many of those people found their way to Canada. The earliest immigrants, starting in the 1500s and 1600s and continuing for 2 centuries after that, were those who came to Newfoundland for the cod fishery. A considerable number ended up in New France in those early years as well. And many Irish immigrants, especially those who came during the famine of 1847 and the years after that, came to Canada in destitute circumstances. But this wasn't always the case. Many Irish immigrants, both Catholic and Protestant, did well within a few years after they arrived in Canada. One was John Carmichael Haynes, who was born in County Cork in 1831 and emigrated to Victoria, British Columbia in 1858. After a series of jobs as constable throughout the southern interior BC, including postings at Rock Creek, Osoyoos, and the Smilkameen, he settled in Osoyoos in 1872, where he was Justice of the Peace, customs agent, and quickly assembled 20,000 acres of land and 4,200 cattle. Thomas Ellis was born in Ireland but emigrated to BC at the age of 19 in 1865. He soon moved to the South Okanagan and bought a section of land in what is now the city of Penticton. By the 1890s, he had 20,000 head of cattle and 31,000 acres of land from the South Okanagan all the way to the U.S. border. Now, I won't go into the background of how Tom Ellis and Judge Haynes amassed that land for their cattle operations. Some of it involved shifting land out of First Nations reserves, a practice that happened all too quickly when settlers were moving into unceded territory. But the fact remains that these 2 Irishmen played a large role in shaping the future of the Okanagan Valley. Ellis's ranch was later subdivided to create Penticton, and much of Haynes' lands were eventually subdivided to create orcharding opportunities around Oliver for veterans returning from World War I. And on the other side of my riding, in the West Kootenay, is the city of Castlegar. It was founded by Edward Mahone, who came to British Columbia with his brothers seeking their fortune in mining and real estate. They owned several claims around Nelson in the Slocan Valley, and in 1891, Mahone bought a ranch at the confluence of the Columbia and Kootenay rivers, and in 1897 had the land surveyed for a new town site. Eventually, the town of Castlegar was created, named after the home of Mahone's family in County Galway. It means short castle in Gaelic. Now, Madam Speaker, the most Irish part of Canada is clearly the island of Newfoundland. Some have called it the most Irish place outside Ireland. My maternal grandfather's family came from Newfoundland, but again, those ancestors, the Mundans and the Munns, were English and Scottish. I lived in Newfoundland in the mid-1970s to get a master's degree in biology from Memorial University. Indeed, I'm wearing my Mun tie today for this occasion. And it was in those years that I really learned about the Irish heritage of that wonderful rock. For much of 1 year, I lived at Cape St. Mary's, a lighthouse at the southwestern tip of the Avalon Peninsula. Cape St. Mary's is the central namesake of the Cape Shore, I think the most Irish part of Newfoundland. I loved the drive down the rocky road south from Placentia, past Little Barrisway, Great Barrisway, Ship Cove, Gooseberry Cove, Patrick's Cove, Angels Cove, Cuslet, St. Bride's, and on to Branch, communities first settled in the late 1700s and early 1800s by Irish immigrants, mainly from around Wexford and Waterford. Each cove is a patch of fertile ground along a rocky shore, and several of these communities were first settled by farmers, but quickly the Cape Shore concentrated on fishing, the incredibly rich resource of cod found off that coast. The Cape Shore was thoroughly Irish Catholic through and through. When I first moved to Cape St. Mary's, I quickly learned that the head lightkeeper and his family were, by their reckoning, the only Protestants on the Cape Shore. They'd come from Grand Bank, on the other side of Placentia Bay on the Burin Peninsula. The assistant lightkeeper was from Pint Lands, just around the corner east of the Cape. The two lightkeepers often claimed that they couldn't understand each other at all because one spoke the Burin dialect from the West Country of England, while the other spoke Cape Shore, an old Irish dialect. I was often called in, jokingly I'm sure, to translate. The road through the Cape Shore is now paved and even continues on around St. Mary's Bay to the southern shore and on to St. John's, passing many outports where most of the inhabitants have a strong Irish background. But the remoteness of the Cape Shore preserved its Irish heritage, and it is rich in stories and music that go back centuries. My friend Tony Power grew up in Branch before it had electricity, and the long nights were filled with storytelling, song, and dance. I remember walking through the stunted firs with Tony once, talking about bird conservation, and then, with the barest twinkle in his eye and in all seriousness, he would point toward a cavity under an overturned tree and say, "That's where the fairies live." Newfoundland and Labrador celebrates that Irish heritage every day, but especially on St. Patrick's Day, which is a public holiday in that province. I remember going over to the Strand Pub in the Avalon Mall on the morning of St. Patrick's Day, making sure that we were early enough to get a seat to enjoy the music and merriment all day long. One of my roommates was studying folklore at MUN, and one of his classmates was Dennis Ryan, who led a fantastic trio of musicians called Ryan's Fancy. They were always the stars of the Strand in those days, and it was great to hang out with Dennis and his bandmates, Fergus O'Byrne and Dermot O'Reilly. Another critical ingredient in Irish heritage is laughter. And perhaps it's the result of centuries of struggle, but it's clear that comedy is something the Irish do very, very well. And again, when I was living in St. John's, I had the great opportunity to see the team from Codco in person, and that was Newfoundland comedy with a definite grounding in Irish heritage. And while much of the history of the Irish diaspora has been a history of hardship and often tragedy, it has provided Canada with a hardworking community that has played an important role in creating the society we know today. In the face of adversity, it has given us music and laughter. In the face of opportunity, it has given us visionary leadership. So I say, Go Rome Agat. Thank you to all those with Irish heritage that have enriched our country for centuries. I will happily raise a glass of Guinness to you all. Sláinte. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a real pleasure to be joining you virtually this evening, and it's a real pleasure to be speaking on behalf of everybody in the House who does in fact have Irish heritage. I can't claim that, but it's a real privilege to be speaking in the House today to be discussing Private Member's Motion M18, a motion to proclaim Irish Heritage Month in Canada.
If passed, this motion will establish March as a month of recognition to commemorate and celebrate the historic legacy and many contributions of the Irish community in Canada. Irish settlement and history in Canada dates back to the 1600s, much earlier than is commonly believed, with the Great Famine of 1847, which drove large numbers of Irish people to seek a new future away from their birth home. The early Irish newcomers arriving in Canada settled in Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. Their heritage is still strong and proud in communities across the Atlantic provinces, and certainly beyond as well. Quebec also received large numbers of Irish immigrants, with passenger ships carrying them as far inland as Quebec City, and even Montreal, which was as far down the St. Lawrence as was possible before the construction of the Lachine Canal, which was an incredible feat of engineering largely built by Irish migrant laborers. As time went on, the Irish community would slowly move west, and by the early 1850s, roughly a quarter of Toronto was Irish Catholic. In recognition of its Irish heritage, Ireland Park on Toronto's lakeshore features sculptures directly mirroring those across the ocean in Dublin's Famine Memorial. Over the years, as Canadians of Irish descent became more established, their influence began to be seen and felt across the country. With grit and courage, Irish people seized their opportunities and prospered in their new homes. Through their skills and energy, they and their descendants made a profound and lasting impact on the character and development of Canada. In 1851, the Irish in Quebec City founded the Quebec Ship Laborers Benevolent Association, which functioned as a labor union and is considered by many to be the first labor union in Canada. It was Emily Ferguson Murphy, the first woman in the British Empire to be appointed a magistrate, who led the legal challenge that led to the Supreme Court's ruling that allowed some women to be recognized as legal persons under the British North America Act. In fact, Canadian politics has had its share of notable Irish figures, including Sir Guy Carleton, Thomas D'Arcy McGee, and former Prime Ministers Lester Bowles Pearson and Brian Mulroney, to name just a few. While Irish people were coming to Canada to seek new opportunities in a new land, they never forgot where they came from, and their traces of their origins and their traditional music and dance never left. These were just ways to bring a small piece of home with them wherever they went. St. Patrick's Day, a day on which those with Irish heritage wear proudly on their sleeves, and many others turn into Irish folk on that day, it still holds a very strong significance for Canadians. There's been a St. Patrick's Day celebration every year in Montreal since 1824, and Toronto's celebration, one of the largest in North America, typically sees about 250,000 people line the streets to watch the parade. St. Patrick's Day is also of extra special significance to two of my neighbors in Milton, probably more, but in particular, Neil and Mel Teague. But that story requires a little bit of a history lesson. Back in 1964, a young police officer named Roy Teague and his wife Kathy decided to leave Derry-Gonolly in County Fermanagh in their native Ireland. With all the turmoil in Northern Ireland at the time, they wanted a safer and more peaceful place to raise their boys. Roy's uncle Jimmy had already immigrated to Canada, and it got good reviews, so the rest of the Teagues followed. Kathy and Roy settled in Omagh between Milton and Oakville, and Roy was immediately hired by the Oakville Police and served honorably in many capacities for Halton Police Services throughout his career. Their boys, Neil and Colin, enjoyed softball, so he learned enough about the game to become a really good coach. And Roy and Kathy live in Burlington now and recently celebrated their 57th wedding anniversary, and I want to take a moment to congratulate them on that. Neil continued with the game of softball, eventually playing for Team Canada, and is a member of the Provincial Softball Hall of Fame, as well as our very own Milton Sports Hall of Fame, class of 2019. Neil has coached their kids, Aaron, Sydney, and Aiden, and hundreds of other of Milton's athletes, and can be found often at the M3 Baseball Academy. That's Neil's baseball and softball training facility here in town. So why is St. Patrick's Day so extra special for Neil and Mel? Well, Mel's also got Irish heritage on both sides of her family, so it's only appropriate that Neil and Mel got married on St. Patrick's Day, and next week they'll be celebrating 16 years together. So I want to congratulate them as well on 16 years and say hi to Neil and Mel. The history of the Irish community in Canada stretches back centuries, and their influence and contributions are undeniable. Without Canadians of Irish descent, like Roy, Kathy, Neil, Colin, and Mel, and so many others, Canada would not be the country that we know and love today. So, colleagues, this is why I'm so glad to stand in support of Private Member's Motion M18 to declare March as Irish Heritage Month.
so that an opportunity can be provided to all Canadians to celebrate and learn about the rich and proud history of Canadians of Irish descent, as I did in writing this speech today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Madam Speaker, I am honored to...
The honourable member? Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, I am honored to speak in support of recognizing the month of March as Irish Heritage Month, a month in which we are encouraged to go green on St. Patrick's Day. I'd first like to thank my friend and colleague from across the aisle, the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, with whom I have the pleasure of working on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, for moving this motion to highlight the many contributions Irish Canadians have made to our country and to celebrate Canada's Irish heritage. While I may not always agree with him at Justice Committee, I'm pleased we could find some common ground across the Atlantic. As MPs, we share that we have all been said to have kissed the Blarney Stone from time to time. I debated beginning my remarks today by singing Tooralooraloora, a lullaby I often sang to my children, or a verse from When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, but I'm told the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, also very proudly of Irish descent, beat me to that. Plus, I understand my friend, the member for Saskatoon Grasswood, did enough singing for both of us when he spoke in support of this motion back in December. Of course, our former Prime Minister is not the lone distinguished Irish Canadian. We can thank Ireland for blessing Canada with many acclaimed artists, authors, athletes, and business leaders, Stompin' Tom Connors, W.P. Kinsella, Connor McDavid, Michael J. Fox, Eugene O'Keefe, and Shania Twain, to name a few. I, too, am one of the more than 4.6 million Canadians whose ancestors hailed from Ireland. In fact, I'm named after the beautiful green county of Kerry in the southwest of Ireland, which is geographically the closest part of Ireland to Canada. My mother's name was Nora, meaning honor, another well-recognized Irish name. My maternal grandmother, Elizabeth Clinch, and her parents, John Clinch and Mary Moran, proudly stated their race as Irish in the census after moving to England. She came to Canada on a ship with my grandfather in 1910 and settled in St. Mary's, Ontario, not too far from where we are today. My grandmother lost twin red-haired brothers in World War I, a war Canada fought alongside our Allied partners. Her brothers tragically passed within 24 hours of each other during the war and were both laid to rest in Belgium. That Irish red hair continues to show in two of my daughters and many cousins and nieces. My grandmother's sister later followed her to Canada, and much of my family continues to live in southern Ontario. Some run a dairy farm, others work in London. But of course, my smartest relatives moved to British Columbia, where I was born and raised. My grandmother had 5 children, all born here in Canada, and passed away in her mid-60s in BC, where she worked dipping chocolates for Purdy's, an enduring and celebrated chocolatier and confectionery based in Vancouver. Decades later, my eldest daughter, Hannah, was so proud of her Irish heritage that she married a descendant of Joseph Plunkett, a famous Irish nationalist and poet who helped orchestrate the 1916 Easter Rising and died as a martyr to his cause. He, in turn, being a descendant of the 1600s Irish saint, Oliver Plunkett, also martyred, whose head remains on display in a golden shrine at St. Peter's Church in Drogheda, Ireland. And yes, these connections can get you a free Guinness in any Irish pub. My daughter and her husband, John, named their children Ronan, meaning little seal, and Aidan, meaning the fiery one, both traditional Irish names. And you guessed it, they both share red hair and blue eyes with their mum and less than 2% of the world's population. I might add that somehow John thinks Irish rugby is more important than the CFL, and that's where I draw the line. My family's story of migration is a familiar one for most Canadians, whether from Ireland or elsewhere. The Irish first began migrating to Canada in the 17th century, long before Confederation. Migration would continue in the 18th century with mostly small groups settling on the East Coast, and a big wave of Irish migrants came to Canada in the 19th century at a time when Ireland faced economic troubles and the Great Famine. By the 1870s, the Irish had become the most populous ethnic group in most Canadian cities. Because of the high number of Irish migrants and the shared language and religion they had with the English and French who arrived before them, the Irish, along with the Scots, that's the other side of my family, had a considerable impact on Canadian culture and values at a time when our great nation was beginning to take shape. Irish migrants also played a critical role in both Canada's politics and the economic expansion of the mid-19th century, but it wasn't always easy. The Canadian Irish often faced discrimination and poor working conditions. Despite this unfair treatment, they helped build critical infrastructure like the Rideau Canal and impressive architectural feats like Montreal's St. Patrick's Basilica. One particularly large contribution by an Irish Canadian came from Thomas D'Arcy McGee, a conservative minister of agriculture, immigration and statistics, and a father of Confederation who attended the Charlottetown and Quebec conferences of 1864 as a Canadian delegate. McGee was a strong advocate for Confederation. He famously said in 1860, and I quote, "I see in the not remote distance one great nationality bound like the shield of Achilles by the blue rim of ocean. I see within the ground of that shield the peaks of the western mountains and the crests of the eastern waves," end quote. As Monday marked the celebration of International Women's Day, a day I've decided I should celebrate all week, I must mention the tremendous contribution of Irish Canadian Nellie McClung for her role as a member of the Famous Five. This group of intelligent, resilient women fought to have women recognized as qualified persons within the Constitution Act, or the 1867 British North America Act, which allowed women to be appointed to the Senate. After initially losing in the Supreme Court of Canada, where justices took an originalist view of the meaning of the phrase qualified persons, the Famous Five took the case across the ocean to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, our highest court of appeal at that time. And in 1929, the court of last resort held that women did, in fact, fit within the meaning of qualified persons, clearing the way for women like myself and the 100 women who presently serve as members of Parliament to hold political office. The strong bilateral relationship Canada and Ireland enjoy today is based not just in our shared history and strong familial and cultural ties, but also our bilateral trade. Governed by CETA, trade between our countries has been steadily increasing in past years. Canada exported $672 million worth of products to Ireland last year and imported products worth nearly $3.2 billion. As for BC, nearly $20 million of exports were sent to Ireland in 2019, including iron, steel tanks, plywood, lumber, and more. Tourism is critical to the local economy in the Lower Mainland. It's an industry that I have continuously advocated for and that I hope will rebound from the challenges it continues to face amid the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm eagerly awaiting the day when it'll be safe to travel internationally again, and Canadians and the Irish alike can visit each other's beautiful countries, experience all the wonderful things our cultures have to offer, and so I can finally visit County Kerry in Ireland. I also look forward to when it will be safe to celebrate my Irish roots in person with the wonderful folks at the Irish Club of White Rock in my riding. In the meantime, I hope you will join me in celebrating Canada's proud Irish roots and the many contributions made by Irish Canadians, like my grandmother who sailed. Sorry, Madam Speaker, is there an issue? Oh. Thought you had an issue. Okay, I stopped. Like my grandmother who sailed across the Atlantic and made Canada my family's home for generations by voting in support of this motion. To those celebrating St. Patrick's this next week, a toast to you. There's certainly no shortage of good Irish beer. Put on some U2, and enjoy yourself responsibly. Finally, I want to say that those of Canadian heritage in the midst, there's someone else from Irish heritage making a mark in our country right now. I'm speaking of the member for Durham, the leader of Canada's official opposition and Canada's next Prime Minister. Thank you so much.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak today to motion M18, which would make March Irish Heritage Month. Unfortunately, I don't have the pleasure myself of having Irish heritage, at least as far as I know, but I can't help noticing how proud people of Irish descent are. For example, my uncle's partner, I spent 2 years when I was a student with him, and St. Patrick Day was an amazing experience, and Irish stew on March 17th was a must. There was chocolate and Guinness cake, which might be a bit less traditional, but it became something we had every year, and a good whiskey or stout was never far from hand. And perhaps for those where some people might have been less fortunate when I pulled out my Irish flute to play it. But as I said, I don't have any immediate family that are truly of Irish descent. But over the years with my Uncle Joe, who we truly adopted into the family, it's become a bit of a tradition to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And there are some new things that have come along, like we have a baking soda biscuits contest. And the point of that contest was not necessarily to produce the best dough, because Joe made the dough anyway, but the idea was to have the best shamrock form, and sometimes things didn't turn out so well, but at least a few times I've won the least bad biscuit prize. When it comes to the bigger St. Patrick's Day celebrations in Quebec City and Montreal, for example, the first St. Patrick's Day was celebrated in Montreal in 1759 by Irish soldiers from the Montreal garrison, 3 years before the first edition of the famous New York City parade. And then the Montreal St. Patrick's Parade was held for the first time in 1824, and that's the oldest event of its kind in Canada. Between 250,000 and 750,000 people participate every year, usually. So it's one of the 10 biggest St. Patrick's Day parades, according to National Geographic, in the world. But the question is, seeing how the extent to which we celebrate St. Patrick's Day here in Quebec, why not have maybe that's all the more reason to have a full month dedicated to Irish heritage. And any excuse for Irish stew or stout or whiskey is good, but the purpose of this Irish Heritage Month is much broader. March 17th is a day of celebration and festivities, but the full month of March could have a much greater educational role. And that's why we have other months that are already dedicated. For example, the Latin American Heritage Month, Jewish Heritage Month, Sikh Heritage Month, Black History Month. Those months make it possible to hold festive and celebratory events, but at the same time, they have a role in giving the public opportunities to learn more about the history and the past of many people who currently contribute to society. Over the fall, you may remember, the main thing that came out of the debate about the Orange Shirt Day, all members pointed out that it's not just about having a statutory holiday, but also to raise awareness about the little understood history of Indigenous residential schools. So the motion to create an Irish Heritage Month to highlight the important contributions that Irish Canadians have made in building Canada and Canadian society. These are things that the Bloc is pleased to support because it also gives us an opportunity to highlight the important contribution of Irish Canadians to the building of Quebec society since the days of New France. The past of the Irish and French Canadian is sometimes more interconnected than people realize, without getting into generalities and stereotypes. Many people have both heritages wrapped up in one person. Often both cultures were Catholic and from lower income segments of society, and the presence of Irish Canadians has also had an effect on what we eat. The modest origins of many immigrants from Ireland explains why their contributions to cuisine are essentially family foods. For example, potatoes were prominent, barley and oats, and for example, broch and fulchep is a rustic soup made with leeks and oats. These root vegetables were already widely used in soups in the lower St. Lawrence back in the 17th and 18th centuries. And so this is something that French Canadian and Irish Canadian cultures had in common. The use of onions, cabbage, turnip, for example. So who do we credit the vegetable barley soup to? We're still not sure. And then there's a salty beef and cabbage soup that's well known, that's inspired by corned beef and cabbage. And on the musical side, there are common influences. For example, there's La Bolduc, who at birth was Mary Travers, and she was the daughter of Lawrence Travers of Irish descent. The rhythm and vivacity of her reels are well known to all with Irish heritage. Closer to home, we're lucky to have in the riding of Saint Jean the beautiful municipality of Saint Bridget d'Iberville. This municipality of 1,300 people is known for its Western festival and national the Saint Jean celebrations. It's also set apart because of its significant Irish heritage, which is perhaps less well known. The second major landowner in the community was called John Johnson. He came to Canada and acquired land after U.S. independence. He wanted to bring in people who spoke the same language as him. So the first people arrived mostly from Europe. They were English-speaking Catholic colonial pioneers, including the Murrays from Scotland and the Maguires from Ireland. And in the parish of Saint Bridget d'Iberville, there was Monseigneur Ignace Bourget, the Archbishop of Montreal, and he's the one who inaugurated the new parish, an Irish parish, in honor of a friend of St. Patrick. So by way of conclusion, Madam Speaker, many people have personal connections to Irish heritage, but everybody has some connection. So in order to know where you're going, you have to know where you've come from. And with Irish Heritage Month, perhaps we will have, we'll know that we come from Ireland a little bit more than we realized. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Miramichi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, to rise today to address motion M18, sponsored by my good friend from Etobicoke Lakeshore, which seeks to have the House recognize March of every year as Irish Heritage Month. Over the course of our history, we have seen many waves of Irish immigration to Canada. Historical records show that Irish immigrants came to Canada as early as the 16th century, when Irish fishermen first came to the Grand Banks off Newfoundland. This shows that, contrary to popular belief, some did leave Ireland prior to the Irish potato famine. This would actually include my own ancestors, brothers John and William Finnegan, who arrived in Nova Scotia around 1800. Also, I'd like to mention that interesting fact that the new U.S. president's mother, Miss Catherine Eugenia Finnegan, is perhaps our genealogy tree meets somewhere in the past. However, the intensive immigration from Ireland began around 1819. At this time, the majority of the thousands of immigrants that were arriving each year in Canada were from Ireland. Starting in 1845, many Irish did immigrate to Canada to escape the potato famine, also known as the Great Hunger. The catastrophic failure of the potato crop, which the Irish depended on as their main form of sustenance, caused many families to go hungry. The primary food source for millions of people was eliminated for several years, and the crops would never recover until around 1852. Those who could left Ireland. During this time, masses of Irish immigrants poured into Canada. They did so at great risk by traveling on dangerous and overcrowded ships. These unsafe and unsanitary conditions in which people lived while making the journey across the Atlantic to Canada created the uncontrolled spread of disease. Thousands had their journey across the Atlantic cut short by these diseases, and many ended up in graves in Gros-Isle, Quebec, or Partridge Island off St. John, New Brunswick, where the immigrants were quarantined upon their arrival. During this time, there was perhaps lesser known but equally important island that also acted as a key quarantine station. This would be Middle Island, which is located in my riding of Miramichi-Grand Lake. In 1847, the ship Louchstac left Dublin bound for Quebec. Typhus and scarlet fever quickly spread among both crews and passenger, and the ship was forced to abandon its destination and found itself in the Miramichi River. Local doctors gave up their practices to focus solely on the sick and dying patient, and local businessmen assured their safe passage to Middle Island. In total, some 250 Irish immigrants died and are buried on Middle Island. In 1984, a Celtic cross, which was unveiled by Ireland's ambassador to Canada, was erected on the island and dedicated to the immigrants who were laid there to rest. Some who made the journey from Ireland did not make it across the ocean before succumbed to disease. While there are partial records of those who died at sea during the journey to Canada, a complete record will never be known. Some immigrants' graves are marked by Celtic cross, while others only have the ocean as their headstone. It is certain that the cause for many to flee their country was famine, and that the journey from Ireland to Canada was harrowing for many. However, the story of the Irish in Canada is not only one disaster. It is also one of success, and many of us are product of this very success. Upon their arrival in Canada, many Irish gravitated towards ports, cities, and areas that offered high employment opportunities. While these areas were mainly on the East Coast and in Ontario and Quebec, some did venture further out west, as some of my colleagues mentioned earlier. According to David A. Wilson, who authored The Irish in Canada, the Irish quickly adapted to Canadian life. And by 1871, the percentage of Irish who were merchant manufacturers, professionals, white-collar workers, and artisan was virtually identical to that of the population at large. While it would be naive to think that there were not struggles during the early decades after their arrival, like many immigrants communities who came after them, the Irish endured and pushed forward to become an important part of the foundation of Canadian society. I must take this opportunity to highlight the great contribution of the Irish people in my riding of Miramichi-Grand Lake. The city of Miramichi holds the longest running Irish festival. We pride ourselves on being this country's most Irish city and Canada's Irish capital, although I think some of my honorable colleagues may want to challenge us for that. We take great pride in our Irish ancestry, and you will see many Irish flags flying proudly in our region. Many people in my riding work to actively keep our Irish roots and heritage known for generations. I must highlight my good friend Farrell McCarthy, who founded the Irish Canadian Cultural Association of New Brunswick to do just that. The association exists to foster an awareness of the traditions, history, and artistic expression of the Irish people. The Irish Canadian history and identity is definitely one born of struggles. But beyond that, it is a fierce history that shows that with perseverance, hard work, and faith, people can rise up and build a life for future generations. Again, many of us are proof of just that. The establishment of Irish Heritage Month would provide Canadians of all backgrounds the opportunity to learn about and appreciate and celebrate the many contributions that Canadians of Irish heritage have made to Canada. Honourable members, thank you for allowing me to speak on this motion, which seeks to mark part of our diverse and multiple heritage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore for the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not really a right of reply because or it's not a right of rebuttal because I'm going to agree with everything we've heard already. Before I get going, I just want to say thank you to somebody from my riding, a man named Jeff who runs Branch 101, a local legion of my riding. He arrived at my doorstep just 2 days ago, and because I had just renewed my membership, he brought me some gifts, and one of them was a mask covered in shamrocks. He didn't know I was doing this today. He didn't know this was happening, so perhaps it was a bit of Irish fate. In fact, perhaps it's a bit of Irish fate that we're doing this today in the month of March. Could be luck of the draw, could be luck of the Irish. Regardless, I am incredibly proud, Madam Speaker, to be here, and frankly a bit overwhelmed. This is a motion to recognize the month of March as Irish Heritage Month. It's been a long time coming. For me, it's been 6 years in the making. For others, it's been centuries. In fact, the idea was hatched in the Speaker's office, Madam Speaker, and I know this is near and dear to your heart because your son-in-law hails from Galway and you have 2 Irish grandchildren who you're very proud of. So I'm glad you are in the chair tonight. So while this month we would ordinarily be celebrating all things Irish, this motion, I want to remind people, is not about green hats and green beer. It is my hope that from this day forward and every year, the month of March will be known as Irish Heritage Month. This motion is for those people who left Ireland for better opportunity, those who didn't make it to the shores of Canada. This motion is for those who did and devoted their lives to building this country into what it is now. This motion is for those who continue to do that today, and this motion is for future generations who are proud of their Irish heritage, Madam Speaker. I think of Thomas D'Arcy McGee, our Irish founding father, for example. Last December, in the first hour debate, I was struck by how many of my colleagues claimed that their part of the country was the most Irish and had the strongest Irish traditions. In fact, my colleague from Miramichi, if I'm not mistaken, I think he tried to lay claim to the presidency of the United States, which is a bit of a stretch. But in any event, they're all right. Whether you live in Newfoundland or you live in Vancouver Island or you're from Montreal or from the Ottawa Valley, where my ancestors hail from. That's what this motion is about, because we can all lay claim to having that proud Irish heritage, and we can all lay claim to having the greatest Irish community in the country. We're all right, Madam Speaker. If you think of the speeches we've heard today and at first reading, they were about pride, they were about history, they were about integrity. Stories of hard-working heroes from our past and currently who continue to make this country great. Madam Speaker, we even had some spontaneous singing in the first round of debate, and I say it must have been spontaneous because clearly it wasn't rehearsed. Now, this motion celebrates Irish spirit. I drove through Ireland a couple of years ago. I was with my father-in-law and my brothers-in-law, and it was at night, and we got lost. And they were concerned. I said, guys, there's nothing to worry about, because all this means is we're going to end up in another beautiful town with welcoming, beautiful Irish people, and we're going to enjoy ourselves. And I was right. And the same can be said throughout Canada. Madam Speaker, we've talked about our Irish history, our Irish culture, our economic ties. I discussed that on first reading. I don't have time to go into so much today. I'll just say this. The ties between Canada and Ireland, they're emotional, they're historical, they're economic, and they're genetic. And it's very, very powerful, Madam Speaker. As I said, I don't have enough time, but I do want to name a few. Our ambassadors, Ray Bassett, Jim Kelly, Eamon McKee, they come here as ambassadors, they leave as our friends. I want to thank them. I want to thank my friends in the Canada-Ireland Interparliamentary Group. When we're back together in Ottawa, we're going to have one heck of a bash. It's going to be the third annual and best ever. Madam Speaker, I'm going to conclude by just saying I hope today we can adopt this motion unanimously, because during this month of March, when ordinarily we would be celebrating throughout the country, we can't, and rightfully so. So let's adopt this motion and give Irish Canadians and all Canadians something to really celebrate this year, next year, and every year thereafter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Maloney, seconded by Ms. Hutchins, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognise the important contributions that Irish Canadians have made to building Canada and to Canadian society in general, and should mark the importance of educating and reflecting upon Irish heritage and culture for future generations by declaring the month of March as Irish Heritage Month. Et si un député d'un parti
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Speaker, I believe if you will seek it, you will find consent to adopt this motion on unanimous consent.
Est-ce que l'honorable député...
Does the honourable member have the consent of the House?
Declared. The motion is adopted. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
pursuant to 31, the question is the following: that the House adjourns now.
Ladysmith. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I missed your call. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by recognizing the personal and economic sacrifices Canadians have made during this pandemic. They stayed home, they followed public health orders, and they did everything in their power to flatten the curve and beat COVID-19. Families across this country are grieving the 21,000 people who have died. Now, a year into this pandemic, Canadians are exhausted and frustrated. The repeated lockdowns and restrictions have taken a heavy toll. Small and medium-sized businesses are struggling to survive. Millions of people are experiencing financial hardship. Mental health challenges, drug overdoses, and domestic violence have all increased. Despite the sacrifices, COVID-19 is still spreading in our communities, and new variants are a growing concern. Canadians are looking at what is happening in other countries, and it's not lost on them that our strategy in Canada isn't working. Inadequate coordination between federal, provincial, and territorial responses has failed to stop the spread of the virus. In countries such as New Zealand, Australia, Taiwan, and South Korea, the spread of COVID-19 has been arrested. Case levels are down, the death toll is much lower, the economies are up and running, and people are going about their lives. What can Canada learn? Where did we go wrong? And how can we move forward in a way that will result in less hardship for Canadians? Countries that have eliminated the spread of the disease share these key aspects. They had a national strategy. They closed borders. They required quarantines for citizens returning from international locations. They limited internal travel within the country. They mandated masks for indoor public spaces. They tested and used contact tracing. They continue to use circuit breaker lockdowns to quickly stop new outbreaks. And the health minister is in charge of vaccine procurement, not the industry minister. The key to success was to isolate outbreaks and use multiple tools to limit the spread of the virus. These are actions that the Green Party MPs advocated for in the early days of the pandemic. Instead of a well-coordinated national strategy, Canadians have had a patchwork of provincial health orders that were often contradictory and confusing. In some cases, COVID-19 related decisions appeared to be driven by politics instead of science. I appreciate the fact that the government organized an intergovernmental coordinating committee with medical health officers from across the country. But we needed more than a committee. We needed more than a patchwork of confusing protocols and mandates that change from province to province. Canada is a federation, and it is true that provinces have jurisdiction over healthcare. I understand that the federal government is reluctant to use its emergency powers to create and enforce a national strategy. Some provincial governments have at times politicized this pandemic. Such actions have been detrimental for Canadians. Australia is also a federation, with jurisdictional and political differences between the national and state governments, but they work together successfully in a coordinated effort to stop the spread of COVID-19. And the population there is much better off for that cooperation. The vaccines are finally rolling out across the country, but the spread of new variants it's not certain how effective the vaccines will prove to be. We need to be prepared to stop the spread of variants that may be vaccine resistant. We're not out of the woods yet, and a lack of national coordination can still have dire consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's disappointing that the honourable member is glossing over constitutional requirements and constitutional authority. And summoning up the Emergency Act doesn't help anyone in this situation because it requires provincial consent. I'm sure the honourable member has read the legislation, and I don't know why he would want a constitutional crisis in the middle of a pandemic. But that being said, Madam Speaker, the federal government is committed to protecting the health and safety of Canadians, and this remains our top priority. I'd like to assure Canadians that the Government of Canada has developed and is implementing its plan to respond to the pandemic on all fronts. And we are working to ensure that all Canadians are vaccinated, or that we have enough vaccines to vaccinate all Canadians by the end of September. The government has been hard at work negotiating with manufacturers and suppliers to secure significant vaccine supply for Canadians and planning for a vaccine rollout. In the development of this plan, the federal government has engaged and consulted at all levels of government, Indigenous leaders, international partners, industry, medical, and scientific experts. On December 8th, the government published Canada's COVID-19 immunization plan, Saving Lives and Livelihoods. At the heart of the plan are 6 core principles: science-driven decision-making, transparency, coherence and adaptability, fairness and equity, public involvement, and consistent reporting. These principles are governing and informing our vaccination rollout actions. The plan outlines 7 steps in the rollout process, and these are communicating and engaging with Canadians throughout the campaign, obtaining sufficient supply of vaccines, obtaining regulatory authorization from Health Canada, allocating and distributing vaccines efficiently and securely, administering the vaccines according to a sequence of priority populations and identified by experts, and collecting data to monitor vaccine safety, effectiveness, and coverage. We're making progress and we're laying the groundwork for great gains and momentum in the coming months. As the honourable member is no doubt aware from the news, we have procured through advanced purchase agreements more than enough vaccines to vaccinate all eligible Canadians, and without compromising regulatory integrity, we have expedited the regulatory review of promising vaccine candidates. Vaccines have been approved by Health Canada and are currently being administered to priority populations that were recommended by the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, an independent committee comprised of health experts. During the first phase of the rollout campaign, our strategy is to vaccinate those deemed most vulnerable to infection, severe illness, and death. We are deeply grateful to the members of the Canadian Armed Forces working within the operation of the vaccine rollout task force. As logistics experts, they are playing a vital role in the success of our campaign. In addition to the Canadian Armed Forces, we have engaged with private sector to support the logistics of this ambitious undertaking. And to assist with the administration of vaccines in the provinces and territories, we are enlisting the help of the Red Cross and other healthcare professionals. This is truly an unprecedented situation that has called for all hands on deck. In closing, Madam Speaker, we must continue to implement the public health measures that have helped us to tamp down the number of cases and hospitalizations over the past difficult year, and we can remain optimistic that our efforts will start to pay off if we remain steadfast. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his response. The national strategy in Australia didn't create a constitutional crisis there, and I don't think it would cause a constitutional crisis here. It would have done us a lot of good. When the pandemic was declared a year ago, the Green Party caucus made a series of recommendations to the government. We added to those recommendations as time went on, as we saw what other countries were doing successfully to combat the spread of COVID-19. Successful countries have all had unified national strategies. There's been a lack of political courage to do what is necessary at the federal level in Canada. Both sides of the House, there is little appetite to do anything that might upset a provincial premier. I'll give you that. But a lack of a unified national COVID-19 strategy continues to have poor outcomes and hurts Canadians in a myriad of ways. We need stronger national coordination, and the sooner we start to do that, the better the results we will achieve.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member is comparing apples to oranges. The Constitution of Australia and the Constitution of Canada are completely different. We are working within our constitutional framework, and it is disappointing to see the Green Party suggest that there are magic solutions to constitutional problems that are real. And this government has worked steadfastly with provincial premiers and the provincial government, and the vaccines are rolling out at an enormous rate, and all Canadians should have access to vaccines by the end of September. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. When I chose to run as a candidate for Parliament, a decision that began 3 years ago, the number one issue facing this country was our growing inability to get infrastructure built, particularly pipelines for our country's valuable resources. Western Canadians were facing a misguided federal government believing it could continue to speak out of both sides of their mouth on pipelines. Shortly after being elected in 2015, this government initiated a Northwest Coast Canadian oil export ban, causing the closure of a fully licensed pipeline, Northern Gateway. Energy East was presented with more hurdles to complete connectivity of our Canadian resources to Eastern Canadian refineries. Seeing the writing on the wall, the proponent withdrew the proposal. Kinder Morgan, a U.S. pipeline company that had operated safely in Canada for over 60 years, saw the same outcome with their TMX expansion. Luckily for them, they had an international legal agreement backing them, which would have cost the Canadian government billions of dollars in a NAFTA challenge. So the government of Canada bought the pipeline from Kinder Morgan, the existing pipeline plus the expansion. What have Canadians received from the sale? an elongated construction timeline, costs being allocated sometimes opportunistically to add billions to its cost base. Fortunately, as determined by all financial analysis, including the Parliamentary Budget Office, it still makes economic sense on its own, to say nothing of the billions of dollars of value it will bring Canadians in tax revenue and reduced differentials. So when I hear the Minister of Natural Resources claim that his government is responsible for the jobs associated with this pipeline, I roll my eyes and ask myself, whom is responsible for the minister's false self-congratulation? This government loves its storytellers, even when they are complete fiction. Now, fast forward, Keystone XL is canceled by the whims of a new U.S. administration, mid-build, without so much as a whimper from this government. Enbridge's Line 5 is being threatened with closure by a U.S. state, acting on false motives and in defiance of a pipeline treaty between our two nations that is more than 40 years old. Still, this government has not raised alarms at the highest level, signaling that this is unacceptable between two modern, successful trading nations. Once again, the government is feigning support, but not acting decisively. This is a fundamental piece of Canadian infrastructure, and the government needs to fulfill its international relations role, step up right now. There's more danger on the horizon. Activists are lobbying against Enbridge Line 3, our main artery of oil flow. Pipelines leading to the Northwest Coast to get Canadian natural gas to international markets meet unforeseen hurdles, some of which are partially funded by this government. West Coast LNG is our future, no doubt about it. It means reduced carbon emissions for countries that are currently burning vast amounts of coal for power. Our responsibility is to provide them a more environmentally friendly option because we can and because we're good at it. One such facility is under construction. One other is waiting for clarity from this government that they actually believe in environmental solutions beyond virtue signaling. This country, our pipeline industry, our future requires clarity. I challenge this government to actually provide that clarity. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to address this very important issue. Dès le premier jour, le gouvernement a fait.
Since the first day, our government has made providing access to both domestic or foreign markets for our resources an absolute priority that would support the creation of highly skilled, well-paid jobs in the energy sector, and it's still a priority today. Line 3 is a key part of the infrastructure that will further integrate the energy sector across Canada and the U.S., and it will also improve environmental performance, increase the contribution of Indigenous peoples, and generate economic benefits on both sides of the border from coast to coast to coast. In the spirit of our commitment to reconciliation, Canada is working closely with the Indigenous Consultation and Oversight Committee on the Line 3 replacement project. And this initiative will allow Indigenous representatives, the government, and the regulatory body to work together to ensure Indigenous oversight of the project. We've constantly said that working with Indigenous peoples to find solutions will lead to better economic, social, and environmental results. Enbridge has stated that 20% of the Canadian workers replacing Line 3 will be Indigenous. We will continue to work with Indigenous communities and organizations and with our North American partners to strengthen our collaboration on environmental and energy issues facing our continent.
Generated thousands of full-time jobs during construction, replacing a 50-year-old pipeline with a new and safer one. This would improve the integrity of the pipeline network, reduce the transportation of oil by rail and on public roads, and increase environmental safety. Madam Speaker, the Line 3 project is an excellent example of what our government means when we say the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Energy security and ensuring everyone has a safe, reliable, and affordable access to the fuel they need is of great importance to our government. The Line 3 project is a part of this. That is why we continue to do the hard work necessary to secure reliable supply chains, including by building pipeline capacity to get our resources to both domestic and international markets, ensuring this sector continues to be a source of good middle-class jobs for Canadians. Once fully completed in the U.S., Line 3 will transport 760,000 barrels per day, over 370,000 barrels per day in additional capacity, and further support workers in Canada's petroleum sector. De plus, le plan climatique.
Moreover, our government's climate plan and rigorous regulatory framework guarantee that Canadian products transported by this pipeline have been made in compliance with some of the strictest environmental standards in the world. And this project will improve environmental performance, increase Indigenous participation, and also generate economic benefits on both sides of the border. We'll continue to strongly defend this project at every opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate the comments of my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, but he talks about Indigenous participation. Well, let me challenge him on the Indigenous participation. That was part of Keystone XL, and the 5 Native groups in Saskatchewan and Alberta that were participating in that new project to get Canadian oil to markets in the United States, which would have been more environmentally friendly, replacing the type of oil that's consumed in the United States right now. The entire pipeline was net zero as far as its emissions goes because of the environmental benefits that were received. It was powered by alternative energy. But ESG is something that this government is following the large Canadian industries like the pipelines on as far as their standards go. So the industry is showing the Canadian government where this goes. The government is a fast follower on this. We need to integrate with the United States. When we're not integrating well, we need to call it out and say what it is. Our standards are much higher. Let's make sure they get built. But I will challenge the Parliamentary Secretary again because he refers to Line 3. And Line 3, of course, is already built on the Canadian side. Show the Americans this is built on
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his passion on this issue and his comments and certainly and his knowledge that he shares with us here and certainly at the Natural Resources Committee as well. And as he knows, the Line 3 replacement project is one of North America's largest infrastructure programs and supports North American energy independence. More than that, the new Line 3 will comprise the newest and most advanced pipeline technology. Our government has made getting our resources to market safely and responsibly a top priority to support good, well-paying jobs in our energy sector.
Therefore, we will continue to vigorously defend the relevance of Line 3 everywhere. Line 3 will lead to better environmental performance, to increased participation of Indigenous peoples and economic benefits on both sides of the border.
Support Canadian crude oil production and U.S. and Canadian refinery demand. It will generate thousands of full-time jobs during construction. Thank you and good night.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on February 19th, in question period, I asked the Minister of Transport this question. Madam Speaker, the minister is correct. He did appear yesterday at committee. Unfortunately, he got his facts wrong again about purchasing tickets to sun destinations. The minister said that it takes multiple tickets for an American carrier to take a Canadian to a sun destination when, in fact, it only takes a single ticket. When will the minister get his facts straight? And when will he fix this problem? Well, Madam Speaker, on this date, I did receive this response from the Minister of Transport. Madam Speaker, I will argue that she needs to get her facts straight. I said multiple trips, and meaning not multiple tickets. I said multiple trips, he said. Let me be very clear to all Canadians. We are asking all Canadians to suspend discretionary and vacation travel. Well, Madam Speaker, I did remember very clearly what the minister had said the day before at committee, and I attempted to make a point of order. Unfortunately, I did not have the text in front of me, but I do have it here today, Madam Speaker, and I will read it into the record as it is in the record from committee on February 18th when the Minister of Transport did appear. My question to the Minister of Transport was, at committee on February 18th, My colleague mentioned previously that when the pandemic is over, or finally we hope, the government is successful in its vaccination efforts, or perhaps in utilizing the tools of vaccines and rapid testing, which we have been encouraging the government to do for so long, even though when the airline sector opens again, there will have been an incredible loss of market share over this period of time. I've mentioned this in the House. We see it, for example, with the implementation of travel restrictions, whereby American carriers can still fly Canadians to sun destinations. Will this plan include a strategy for dealing with the loss of market share, which will take years for the Canadian airline sector to recover? Well, Madam Speaker, the Minister for Transport did respond with this. Let me just correct the record. No American airlines can take Canadians to a sun destination. If they do, then those Canadians are buying multiple tickets to get to the sun destination. There are no direct flights between Canada and sun destinations. Having said that, the short answer to her question is yes. We are committed to working with the airline sector and making sure that they are strong and ready for a recovery post-COVID. So, Madam Speaker, I can confirm it is in the record. The Minister of Transport did say multiple tickets. And I will back this up, Madam Speaker, with my efforts on February 19th, following question period. Before I attempted to make this point of order, I went on to Expedia, and in fact, Madam Speaker, I was able to, through an American carrier, have the option of purchasing, with a single ticket, a trip from YVR, which of course we know is Vancouver, to Puerto Vallarta, one of my favorite sun destinations, PVR, with only a single 31-minute stop in Seattle, Madam Speaker. So I would like to set the record straight, Madam Speaker, with this information, with reading this into the record, and of course expressing my sincere disappointment that there remains still no plan for the airline sector after all of this time, and of course my extreme disappointment, Madam Speaker, that the government did not support our Opposition Day motion, which did include support for airline workers and the airline sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The measures implemented by this government starting on February 22nd are helping to curb discretionary and vacation travel during a period when a very significant number of Canadians traditionally travel to sun destinations, as the honourable member herself mentioned, and for example, weeks like March break. The decision to impose these measures were not taken lightly. We understand the impact on Canadian travelers and the Canadian industry. However, despite promising news regarding vaccines for COVID-19, it's critical to remember that we remain in the midst of a pandemic, that new variants of the virus are circulating, and that our primary responsibility is to protect the health and safety of Canadians. It would have been irresponsible for us to treat this as a normal winter travel season and hope for the best. I can report that between the first week of January of this year and the first week of March, passengers arriving into Canada were down very significantly, with most pronounced decrease in arrivals coming from traditional sun destinations in Mexico and the Caribbean, where the decrease stands at around 90%. I do not suggest this is cause for celebration, nor do I wish to give the impression that air travel is bad or unsafe. On the contrary, through its multi-layered approach, the government and industry have worked hard to put in place a number of measures to ensure that air travel is safe. This includes the wearing of masks, health and temperature checks, additional sanitization measures in airports, and onboard aircraft for all flights, as well as the need to show negative COVID-19 tests within 72 hours on getting on board an international flight to Canada. International air travelers to and from Canada can still take place, and we recognize that not all travel is discretionary. Furthermore, the measures this government has imposed do not stop Canadians from traveling for discretionary purposes. I recognize that although Canadian airlines have voluntarily suspended service to sun destinations, it is still possible to travel between Canada and those destinations on connecting flights via the United States, for example. I will repeat that the number of passengers choosing to travel to sun destinations is very small, and that they will be subject to the testing and quarantine measures that we have imposed on their return. In summary, Madam Speaker, this government is continuing to do what is necessary to protect the health and well-being of Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for that response. He mentioned the airlines voluntarily giving up these sun destinations. I do wish, Madam Speaker, that the government would voluntarily provide a plan for this sector after 1 year. We hoped for it in December when Reuters reported that it was coming. We hoped for it 2 weeks ago when it was reported in the Globe and Mail that it was imminent. Today, Madam Speaker, the government had an opportunity in the absence of a plan to support our Opposition Day motion, to support the airline sector, to support workers in simply just voting for the Opposition Day motion and showing support to the airline sector and the airline workers. But the government did not choose to do this. There has been no plan for a year, Madam Speaker, but in this small action today, supporting this motion, the government could have supported the airline sector. They did not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member knows that the airline industry has been able to access billions of dollars in relief from the Government of Canada. And we are engaged in negotiations, as the former minister and the current minister have said, to help the airline industry. But it has to be on good terms that Canadians accept, and that will include refunds, maintaining of regional routes, and protection of the Canadian aerospace industry. We look forward to something very soon and hope to have good news for the House in the very near future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.